Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here to bring you more live coverage of the war in the Middle East. President Trump's deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz is now 26 hours and 11 minutes and 37 seconds away. Trump says if they don't open it by then, the U.S. is going to start bombing Iranian power plants. Also, the oil market actually opens up in 28 minutes. 28 minutes until the oil market opens. So we're going to keep an eye on the oil market tonight, see what that does. And we're going to be taking your comments on the air and bringing you the latest updates. But the oil market opens at the top of the hour. What is going to happen with Trump's deadline? What is going to happen? Let's see here. Will Trump extend the deadline? I don't know. Glue Man says, what indeed? Heather B thinks nothing will happen. We'll have to see what happens with the oil market, too, because the oil market was not open yesterday when Trump gave that deadline. Lee Best thinks there will be no deadline extension. Jace says anything is possible. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. I want to shout out them. Leslie Ladyhawk and Roberts May Queen are moderating. Thank you. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Hang on a second here. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Moderate for us. Thanks to our Facebook moderators, too. Kay Lowry Body. Andrea Holder is training over there to be a mod. Thank you. Thanks, Christy Claff, for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks also so much to Fiona Diamond. Hey, Fiona, that's really nice of you. Thank you so much, Fiona Diamond, for all your support for the channel. I appreciate that. Also, thanks to Chustafa for being a member. And thanks to I Am Charlie. Thanks, I Am Charlie. And New Creation as well. Thank you to New Creation. It is 11:36. You know what I got to do? This is too wide now. Hold on. I got to fix something here. Is this what I wanted to do? Hold on. Here. That's better. Not much. Hold on. Put a little volume on from the Beirut can. Sounds like it's raining still there. Manny Fabian just reported that the missile that Iran launched at northern Israel half an hour ago apparently struck Lebanese territory, according to the Israeli military. It apparently marks the first time an Iranian ballistic missile has hit Lebanon during the current war. It is unclear if Iran was aiming for Israeli troops in southern Lebanon or for a target in Israel and missed. Interesting, because Israeli troops have been moving into conducting operations in southern Lebanon. Now, let's check for updates here, and then we'll be taking some of your comments on the air. 23 minutes until the oil market opens up. 23 minutes. What do you guys think is going to happen? Just to remind you what Trump said yesterday. He said, oh, right here, I have it, right there. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you, by the way, for the memberships. Sachin, thank you so much, Sachin, for the memberships. Hugh Scott IV. Hugh Scott 4. Thank you, Hugh Scott. I appreciate that. Thanks for all your support for the channel. Also, Danny Lombard. Thank you for being a member. DL Vids, thanks for being a member. Teppy, thanks for being a member. Hans Scholes, thanks for being a member. And Least Trustworthy Weasel from Canada, thanks for your support. Our viewer, Wall Street Jags fan, says Trump will do as he said he will. Mr. Chuckles says LMAO, like they will really listen to Trump. What is the biggest power plant? Again, I don't know if really the U.S. is going to hit any power plants. If they do, I don't know that they'll hit technically the biggest one. So I don't want to get too bogged down on what's the biggest one. But at the same time, we talked about this yesterday. The biggest one in terms of capacity is the Damavand combined cycle power plant, which has roughly a 2,800 megawatt capacity. It operates with natural gas and oil. I'll show you where that is. But again, I don't know that if they hit one, that would be the one. There might be other considerations besides size. Oh, there was an interesting thing I wanted to talk about regarding that, which I thought was really interesting. Give me one moment. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Yeah, so hang on. This is that power plant, which I believe is the biggest one by capacity, which is in southeastern, I think it's southeastern Tehran province. It's in Tehran province, and it's east of the city of Tehran. That's it right there. Damavan Combined Cycle Power Plant. You know, I saw there's one nuclear plant in operating nuclear plant in Iran on the Persian Gulf, Bushehr nuclear power plant, but that doesn't have as big a capacity as this other one does. I believe it's the only operating one. I'll double check that. How many nuclear, maybe I'm wrong about that. Let's see. Maybe there's more. I mean, there's nuclear facilities. I don't know that there's a nuclear. Yeah, the World Nuclear Association said there's one nuclear power reactor operating in Iran. VOA said in 2024 the country has one active nuclear power plant. Russia helped them with that one. That's the Bushehr plant. And again, that's on the Persian Gulf. But the capacity for that is roughly a third of the capacity of the other power plant I just talked about. No, not the butchery. The butchery is not what I wanted to do. Bushehr power plant. Here it is. I got it. Here is the Bushehr nuclear power plant on the coast of the Persian Gulf, right there. That has a capacity of less than 1,000 megawatts. And obviously that would be a very sensitive target. I mean, who knows what kind of issues you could have if that was attacked. I did want to mention, there was a very interesting point that Aurora Intel, who I follow, made that I wanted to mention. They made a very interesting point yesterday. They said, Aurora Intel said, wonder if we will see the use of a BLU-114B. That's at Aurora Intel. When I saw that, I said, what is a BLU-114B? So I Googled BLU-114B, and I found graphite bomb in Wikipedia. And it says a graphite bomb is intended to be a non-lethal weapon to disable an electrical grid. The bomb works by spreading a dense cloud of extremely fine chemically treated carbon filaments over air-insulated high-voltage installations like transformers and power lines, causing short circuits and subsequent disruption of the electricity supply in an area, a region, or even in a small country. The weapon is sometimes referred to as a blackout bomb or soft bomb because the direct effects are largely confined to the targeted electrical power facility with minimal risk of immediate collateral damage. Also, it doesn't blow up the facility. So now, I'm not an expert on this. My understanding is that it can do different levels of damage to a facility. But the point that was most interesting to me, and they do say that the America has a version of this. The point that was most interesting to me was this idea that the U.S. would attack a power plant, but not like permanently destroy it. Although I was reading about this last night, and one article I read said that like the graphite filaments can get sucked into certain parts of the power plant, and the point it was making is that it can actually disable a plant for a long time, depending on how exactly it plays out. So it's not a kind of thing where it's guaranteed that like, oh, the plant will be fine, that they can clean everything off the plant and it's fine after 2 days. Just to be clear, that's my understanding. So my understanding is that there would be a risk that it would that it could disable the plant for a long time, and also disable the plant in a way that would need to be fixed, and perhaps Iran wouldn't be able to fix it quickly. So I don't want people to think, oh, well, they can just use this and guaranteed they can disable it for a day or something. I'm not an expert on this, but when I was reading last night, the suggestion was, well, depending on how it ends up playing out, it could actually do a lot of long-term damage to the plant. Anyways, it was just, I'm not a military expert, but I thought it was interesting that there is a bomb. I'm hearing some gunfire. Gunfire in Beirut. I'll take some comments from you guys. Anyway, I thought that was interesting, a thing for Aurora Intel to point out. What I did was, I asked an AI, I said, how long would it take for a power plant to recover from this kind of thing? Hold on a second here. Gunfire. Gunfire. There's some static on this tonight. I'm going to write about the static. Our viewer said he literally said obliterate in his post. You mean here? He said we will hit and obliterate their various power plants. Well, I mean, he said that. That's true, he said it, but again, that would be a way for them to stop it from functioning without blowing it up. Oh, 9 minutes till the 9 minutes till the oil market opens. 9 minutes till the oil market opens, guys. We got to keep an eye on the oil market. Thank you, Switch the Channel, who says that stuff can't be good for your lungs. The graphite bomb, carbon filaments. Thank you, Switch the Channels. Thank you, HMZD from Norway. Thank you, Bumpkins. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Lidwine Elizabeth said, Iran said if Trump attacks, they'll close the strait completely. I saw some quote like that from somebody. I'd have to look into it. I was a little confused what they mean by close it completely, because I mean, maybe that would involve like laying mines down. I guess close it complete would mean that no one could go through. So one way, in theory, you could do that is just having a ton of mines there. But I don't, that wouldn't let currently there's been a few ships that reportedly Iran allowed through with Iranian oil. So if they did that, then those ships couldn't even come through. Thank you, I am Charlie. Thanks, Bear in a Foxhole. Thanks again, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thanks, News with Snacks. Nina Drew says, surreal times we are living in. Dana Farts 420, thank you. Also, O. Arthur, who says, guys, what do you think will happen if Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz? Will the U.S. and Israel continue their military actions in the region? Now, I will say it is seen as highly unlikely that Iran does that. But you never know. Because that is seen as their big leverage on the U.S. and Israel. They want the war to stop. About 7 minutes until the Strait of Hormuz, 7 minutes until the oil markets open. The oil market opens at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Hey, look. See, it's 5:54:08. This is the U.S. government time site. It's 5:54:15. So when it gets to 6 p.m. Eastern, that's when the oil market opens. Eliza Jane says the oil market open will be interesting. James Berryman thinks if Iran doesn't meet the deadline, Trump will make sure that their power grid is completely knocked out. Now, obviously, that would certainly cause lots of issues for regular Iranians. About 90 million people live in Iran. About 4.5 minutes till the oil market opens. Check Trump post. I just checked. The last post is 7 hours ago. I just checked his True Social. All right, we have an oil market is opening at 6, so we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the oil market opens. See, it says 5:57. 3 minutes until the oil market opens. And the oil prices right now, I got to pull this up. I didn't even have it here. About 112 Brent crude and about 98 US WTI crude. So again, about 112 Brent crude and about 98 WTI crude. So those are two numbers to keep in mind as we wait for the market to open. So we now have 2 minutes. 2 minutes until I couldn't do. We already have a clock up, so our clock is being our countdown clock is being used for the Trump deadline. So I'm doing this for the oil market. One of our viewers says 120. Maybe says 190. All right. So again, we're looking at the clock there on the right. And when that clock, in 90 seconds, when it says 6 p.m., the oil market is open. Now, let me just check one thing here. Do we have early missile warning? Early missile warning for possibly Tel Aviv area. Okay, so we got to make Tel Aviv the big camera. We might lose the camera, of course, because they're not allowed to show the rockets in the air, the missiles in the air. But yes, missile warning, early pre-warning. Pre-warning. So we'll put Tel Aviv up for what it's worth. And also regarding the oil price, it's now 30 seconds. Hold on, I'll show you real quick. We are 30 seconds from the market opening. About 25 seconds till the oil market opens, and there's a pre-alert for Tel Aviv and other areas in central Israel. Missile launch warning. Okay, about 10 seconds until 10, 9, camera zoomed in, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The oil market is open. The oil market is open. The camera has zoomed in as it's told to do, which means we'll still have our sound from the Tel Aviv area. Oil market open. We're watching Tel Aviv right now. We'll see what we hear. And I have not actually seen any alerts yet. As soon as we see the alerts, I'll let you know. I'm looking at one site that's showing oil a bit higher, but I don't know how long it takes to kind of get a good feel for it. One site says about that WTI is around 100 and that Brent is around 113.5. So you're talking about both prices up about $1.50 or so at this point, but that's just early. So, I'll keep an eye on it. One site I'm looking at. Up slightly, at least from what I'm seeing. Waiting for the missile alerts. Yeah, again, I'm seeing WTI, which was 98, around 100, and Brent, which was 112, about 114. They're both up, maybe like $2 or a little less. That's what it looks like. But we'll see how things progress. And any moment now, we'll have missile alerts. We are waiting for the missile alerts. Tel Aviv and surrounding area. Are they out yet? I don't see the alerts yet on my map. So we very well might hear sirens on this camera. More alerts? I'm not seeing them on the, they're not on the map that I have yet. Not on the so far map. So far map isn't showing them yet. Oh, also all the way across, it goes all the way across to maybe Jerusalem too. I don't have the Jerusalem camera right now. I don't have that one right now. I'm going to stick with the Tel Aviv one right now. If need be, I can eventually probably get a Jerusalem one later, but let's see what happens with Tel Aviv. I don't, those are not alerts. So there's no, you'll see it on, you'll see there the red dots when there's alerts. They're not there yet. Right now, there they are. So Tel Aviv, there's some alerts right there. So looks like we're going to hear sirens in Tel Aviv. Looks like we're going to hear sirens in Tel Aviv. Get ready. Definitely Tel Aviv and surrounding area alerts. Here we go. What happened? Where did the sound go? Well, here we go. The sound, hold on, wait a, here we go, sound is back. Sirens. The feed is having an issue. The feed went down. Now it's back. I'm looking at Intel cams too. Oh, Intel cams. Intel cams is showing maybe cluster. On Intel cams, it looked like a cluster. I just saw Intel cams. It looked like a cluster munition falling down or an interception. But you could see it on Intel cams briefly. So I could definitely see it on Intel cams. Again, looked like maybe a cluster. A lot of lights coming down. We haven't heard any explosions yet. I don't have the intel. People are hearing some explosions on intel cams, they said. Oh, we just heard one. Just heard one right now. We heard one. I will get some reporting on what's going on. If you give me a second. Just waiting to see if we hear anything else. All right, let me check and see if there's any reporting on what's going on. Hold on. Okay, well, hold on. I'm seeing maybe a rocket alert? Why am I hearing this? Why am I hearing that? I shouldn't be here. Oh, I see. The alert is I don't know if this is a rocket or a missile alert here. Look at that. There's still some on this. There's still some on the screen there. Hang on. Let me look. That's more south. That's more south. Let me check and see what's being reported. N12 News says, yes, N12 News says, hold on, it's too loud. It's too loud. It's too loud. N12 News says it appears one of the missiles had it was a cluster warhead, they say. There were there were explosions in the south of the country as well. United Hatzalah says they have gone out to scan a number of scenes where reports of falls or interception shrapnel was received. So there are reports somewhere in Israel of parts of the missile or munitions actually hitting the ground and exploding. So we'll have to see what the reports are. Waiting to hear more right now. But again, apparently this was, at least one of the missiles was a cluster missile, which has the warhead contains a bunch of sub-munitions that spread out. Maybe one missile in central Israel and one or more in southern Israel. Seemed like there were alarms both in central and southern Israel. Unclear the situation on the ground, trying to get a better idea. I'm looking at Israeli media right now, trying to get a better idea of what happened. Was there a direct hit? I don't know. Again, I am looking at Israeli reports about what is happening with this latest missile wave. The Hot News, which I follow, they're a news outlet, they say falling fragments intercepted. Oh, interception debris in Tel Aviv and falling fragments intercepted in Bnei Brak, Petah Tikva. So I'm seeing some reports of falling debris, but waiting to hear more. Bnei Brak is in Petah Tikva are to the east of Tel Aviv. I don't know if there were any direct hits. Again, waiting to hear. Again, it did look like there was a cluster missile. Let's see here. Rosdi, which is a Israeli news account I follow, they claim that there are 3 sites in Tel Aviv where there's been some kind of something falling to the ground. Again, I am seeing reports that of several sites where there was some sort of something falling to the ground. I don't know if it's a submunition, a direct hit, interception, fragments. We're waiting to hear more about this. The submunitions, I've shown you an article previously where it talks about submunitions. One of the articles, I think it was a Reuters article, said that in these cluster missiles, they contain about 24 submunitions, and each submunition explodes roughly with the power of a grenade, and they spread out over an area. One of the accounts I follow, Daphne Lay in Israel, or Daphne Leal, she says there are scans at several locations where shrapnel was reported to have fallen. N12 News says no injuries so far. MDA teams went out to search the areas where falls were reported. So far, no injuries reported from this latest missile attack. Yediot News, Israeli news site, says reports of several scenes with falling shrapnel. No injuries reported thus far. No major damage reported thus far. United Hatzalah, a medical response group, says United Hatzalah responders are currently checking reported fallen missile and shrapnel sites. So far, United Hatzalah Dispatch has not received any reports of patients sustaining traumatic injuries while en route to protected areas or at scenes where interception debris has fallen. Oops, something happened to that. Oh, no, it'll come back. United Hatzalah medic volunteers remain on standby. Again, so no reports of injuries so far that we have heard. Seems like the Tel Aviv camp is having a bit of an issue at the moment. I will keep an eye on that. It's going in and out. But I'll put the Beirut cam back up too. Where'd the Beirut cam go? I see. There's Beirut. They're fixing the Tel Aviv cam. Again, no reports so far of injuries or major damage yet that I've seen from Israel. According to N12 News, or the Hot News, according to the Hot News, they say MDA says no injuries are known. As a result of falling debris or missiles. They say they have been out to treat a few people who were injured on the way to the protected area, for example, but no injuries reported yet from the falling missiles. Hey, I got this back. I'm going to make it smaller, though. So that's what we know right now. Beirut and Tel Aviv. Not Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. And I am seeing right now from Home Front Command, the event has ended. So the current missile attack is over. People are being told they can leave their protected spaces. Almog Boker in Israel reports at least 6 areas, I guess he says, but no reports of casualties. Yes, as one of our viewers said, N12 News says there was a missile that fell in an open area. When it's going to an open area, they don't shoot it down, they let it fall. That's their policy. Okay, so there you go. That's what we've heard about this. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to Katie Kubiak. I appreciate that, Katie. Thanks for your support. R. Lanza, 1054. Thanks for being a member. Thank you, Jeff, 06360. Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you, Captain Obvious, who says roughly 25 hours until the next taco sighting. Thank you also, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. She says, just the thought of waking up every time due to these sirens, no words for that. I think now it's a new day in Israel. I think yesterday in Israel, there were around 10 or so different missile waves in the country. Maybe not all in the same part of the country. Thank you also to Sherry, our member. Thank you to Trippy. Trippy says, who's going to foot the bill once this is all over? Americans are already paying for this war. Thank you to Noel Gilland for being a member. Thank you to Thomas P. 0419, who gave more memberships. Thomas has given so many memberships. Thank you, Thomas from Sweden. I really appreciate that. Thanks to Speed Killer for subscribing on Twitch. Again, reportedly, there was a missile that fell in an open area. Hey, by the way, oil price right now, I am seeing for oil price right now, I am seeing, not much of a change, less than 1%, but both WTI and Brent crude up about 0.5% right now, pretty close to where the open was. Brent crude around 113. WTI around between 98 and 99. So really not much of a difference right now in the oil market from when it opened 22 minutes ago. So I'll keep an eye on that. Conrad says, wait until Wall Street opens tomorrow. Well, it'll open before the deadline. Trump, 25 hours and 21 minutes till the deadline. Why is there no volume on the Beirut cam? Oh, there's some volume. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned futures. Maybe some gunfire in Beirut. I am looking at stock futures. I am seeing Dow down about, Dow and S&P and NASDAQ all down about 0.5%. That's what I just saw. Hearing about airstrikes in western Iran from Arabic media. Strikes in Iran continue. I saw a report today that claimed that strikes were going on in areas near the Strait of Hormuz. And the thinking was, well, maybe the U.S. is striking near the Strait of Hormuz in preparation for doing some military activity there. But I can't confirm that. Oh, but I don't know if I was assuming the stock futures were open. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, don't they open at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday? So they should be open now, right? Am I right? 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday? Chat? They are open. Our chat is saying. That's what my understanding. They're saying they're opening. They're open. I am seeing oil actually now a bit lower than it was when it opened. That's what I am seeing right now. Oil down about 0.5% from the open. One of our viewers said it's weird gold keeps going down. What's the current price of gold? Well, 4,500-ish gold. That's what I'm seeing. Some people said it's lower. I just looked and I got around 4,500. Bringing you the latest updates here. Is Iran basically waiting to see what President Trump will do at the deadline? I mean, it's widely believed to be unlikely they would just open the Strait of Hormuz. Here's something, headline from Reuters. Iran threatens to retaliate against Gulf energy and water after Trump ultimatum. Iran said on Sunday it would strike the energy and water systems of its Gulf neighbors in retaliation if U.S. President Trump follows through with a threat delivered yesterday to hit Iran's electricity grid in 48 hours. The prospect of tit-for-tat strikes on civilian infrastructure could threaten the livelihoods of millions of civilians in the region who rely almost exclusively, in some cases, on desalination plants for water. Reuters says while attacks on electricity could hurt Iran, they would be potentially catastrophic for its Gulf neighbors, which consume around 5 times as much power per capita. Electricity makes their gleaming desert cities habitable, in part by powering the desalination plants that produce 100% of the water consumed in Bahrain and Qatar. Such plants use seawater to meet more than 80% of drinking water needs in the UAE and 50% of the water supply in Saudi Arabia. Iran's parliament speaker posted about this and said, hold on. Here. This is the Speaker of Parliament in Iran. Immediately after the power plants and infrastructure in our country are targeted, the critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and oil facilities throughout the region will be considered legitimate targets and will be destroyed in an irreversible manner, and the price of oil will remain high for a long time. And throw down what is in your right hand, it will swallow up what they have made. That's probably some sort of saying. I'll have to look that up, which is translated like that. Let me see. Oh. Gemini AI says, and throw down that which is in your right hand, it will swallow up what they have crafted. In the original religious context, this command was given to Moses to throw his staff, which then transformed to consume the illusions created by Pharaoh's sorcerers. Iran's Revolutionary Guards also said, says Reuters, that they would is it mine the shipping lane? The Revolutionary Guard said the Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed and will not be opened until our destroyed power plants are rebuilt, the Revolutionary Guard said. A market analyst who Reuters talked to said President Trump's threat has now placed a 48-hour ticking time bomb of elevated uncertainty over markets. Let me show you a little video here. Hang on. Related to what we were just talking about. Here's a video related to what we were just talking about from Reuters. If I can get it up on the screen for you. Here we go. Let's take a quick look at this video from Reuters.
A day after U.S. President Donald Trump wrote that he was considering winding down American attacks on Iran, he stepped up his rhetoric, on Saturday posting an ultimatum to Tehran saying it had 48 hours to reopen a key shipping route or he would bomb their power plants. Trump made the threat as U.S. Marines and heavy landing craft continued to head to the region. Iran's Revolutionary Guards on Sunday responded that their country would completely close the Strait of Hormuz if Trump carried out his threat to attack their power sector, and threatened strikes on U.S. infrastructure as well as energy and desalination facilities in the Gulf if its power plants were attacked.
An Iranian
military spokesperson on Sunday said the country had launched missiles and drones at American bases in UAE and Kuwait. The Defense Department over the weekend released footage it said showed continuing strikes on Iranian targets. The war on Sunday entered its fourth week. It began when the U.S. and Israel launched joint attacks on Iran on February 28th. More than 2,000 people have been killed. The conflict has upended markets, spiked fuel costs, sparked global inflation fears, and convulsed the post-war Western alliance. Iranian retaliation against U.S. Gulf allies and bases has effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow choke point that carries around a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas supplies. That closure has caused the worst oil crisis since the 1970s. A day after U.S. President Donald Trump wrote
I was muted. Sorry, I was muted. I just read a couple of viewer comments. Oh, that's sad. I read a couple of viewer comments. One comment was from Philoman. Philoman said it will be interesting to see oil prices. Another comment from one of our Twitch viewers was that, who said this on Twitch? Our Twitch viewer said something like, the U.S. has to protect all the ships, but all Iran has to do is hit one. Hey, by the way, Mr. Baghead gave 10 people gift subs on Twitch. That's very nice of you, Mr. Baghead. Thanks so much. Make sure you thank Mr. Baghead if he gave you a sub. Thanks also to Tech Slug and Speed Killer over there on Twitch. The UAE is saying right now that they are dealing with a missile threat. The UAE says air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels for warnings and updates. Our viewer John Doerr says, Iran has been threatening the West for far too long, and the ongoing conflict in the region is causing what could become one of the largest disruptions in the history of the oil market. From my perspective, after everything the U.S. has invested, both financially and in human lives, I think the oil belongs to us. While I don't always agree with Trump on this particular issue, I find myself on the same page. That's from John Doerr. Michelle Lauzon says for the Strait of Hormuz, they can block it by sinking ships, closing it permanently. So I'd have to look that up. I mean, I would think that might be difficult to do because you'd have to get. Oh, you mean sink their own ships, not sink somebody else's ships? I thought you meant sink somebody else's ships. I mean, I will say that. The shipping through the Strait of Hormuz goes through there's a couple of shipping lanes that are used. I think they're both about 2 miles wide. I'd have to look that up as to whether that would be a realistic thing for them to do. I mean, as I said before, they could if they put enough mines in the strait, that will effectively keep any ships from going through. Yeah, I don't have a good sense of how realistic it would be for them to sink, large tankers and try to block it that way or something. I don't know. Do they have a bunch of tankers sitting around on their own that they would bring into the shipping lanes and then sink? I just don't know. Oh, Bahrain, I think. Is there a siren in Bahrain now as well? We just heard that there was a missile alert in the UAE. Let's see. Bahrain. Yeah, 29 minutes ago, there was a siren in Bahrain, an alert there. 29 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that before. The UAE says they're dealing with missile attacks and drones. Thank you to Crypto King for shouting out our mods. Thanks for your support, Crypto King. Also, David Sobel. Thank you, David, for the membership. So nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. Thanks, David. Thanks, Lily A. Ames. Lily Ames. No, Lily James. Thanks, Lily James, for being a member. Thanks, Ruth Anderson, for your support. Thanks, Mendy R. Thank you, Mendy. Thank you also, Man for Some Markets. We've been talking about, are you talking about the oil futures, Man for Some Markets? We've been talking about it. Thanks, Man for Some Markets. A Locked Lock. For being a member. The latest numbers I'm seeing from oil are Brent and WTI are slightly down since the market opened at about 40 minutes ago. Down less than 1%. Thanks so much to our moderators again. I want to just thank them again. I really appreciate them being here. Oh, thanks, Fiona Diamond, by the way. Thanks, Fiona, for your support. Fiona Diamond with the water-related emoji. Yes, oil is down a slight bit. Oh, was there some sort of anti-aircraft fire a couple minutes ago that I missed? Sometimes we see that in the air, firing going up. I guess I missed it. If you tell me the exact time code of the clock when it happened, I can just rewind the broadcast and show it to you. Thanks to Ruth, who is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. She is over there on YouTube modding. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, big thanks. K. Lowry Body on Facebook, modding over there. Thanks Diane Allworth and Barry Eisler for subscribing, and Christy Claft. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderating on X. Thank you. Thanks also, Colleen Sarah, for your support. Thank you, Colleen. So we have about less than 25 hours until Trump's deadline. Are things going to be generally on hold until then, status quo, or might we have any big developments before Trump's deadline? Trump could change his mind about the deadline too. Michaelopoulos says taco. Hey, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. Maybe we'll do a poll. Also, Laura Menchaca and Brian Davio, thanks for the Facebook stars. Maybe we'll do a poll. Why don't we do a poll? Here. What will happen at deadline? Strait opens. Trump attacks. Nothing. Those are the three choices. Now, by the way, for the purpose of the poll, like if Trump attacks 3 hours after the deadline, that means Trump attacks. For Trump, if you think that Trump will attack sometime after the deadline, then you should choose Trump attacks. It doesn't mean literally at the deadline. Okay, so I'm posting that poll right now. I'm going to see what you guys have to say here. Just need to post it on Facebook. Okay, I am posting the poll. Okay, so let's see what people said in the poll. On YouTube, hold on YouTube, 5% say Strait opens, 57% say Trump attacks, which would be an enormous deal, and 38% say nothing. It's very similar on Facebook. 8% say Strait opens, 54% say Trump attacks, 38% say nothing. How about Twitch? Twitch is a little more divided there. 2% say Strait opens, 50% say Trump attacks, 48% say nothing. Oh, we didn't do the poll graphic. Let's do the poll graphic. People thinking about what to answer. There you go. Twitch is now 49-49. Look at that. Twitch is even. 49-49. Nothing has taken the lead on Twitch. Wow. Thanks to M Bunny Lady on Twitch and CC on Twitch and Rodders on Twitch for your support. Who Shot JR and Yoshi City YNC. No, Yoshi City NC. Also Gonzalez for the gift sub. And Mr. Happy on Twitch, thank you. All right, well, how about that? Nothing is leading on Twitch while Trump attacks is leading on YouTube. Thanks Kepu like Kepi on Twitch as well. Very few of you think the Strait is going to open. Could it be that the Strait opens after Trump attacks? Well, that's a different scenario. We don't cover that in this poll. That's not at the deadline. Wow, very close on Twitch. Look at Twitch is so close. One of the closest polls we've ever had. Breezy says it's bound to open sometime. All right, I'm going to wrap this up. It's now even. It's even on Twitch. I'm going to wrap it up in 1 minute. Twitch, no, the Twitch, it ended. Oh, 1 vote. Wow. I don't know that we've ever had, well, I don't, maybe we've had a tie before, but Trump attacks on Twitch won by 1 vote. With less than 50% of the vote. Look at that. Wow. Twitch. Rigged. Some of the viewers on Twitch are claiming it was rigged. Douthis says, that was my vote. You are welcome. See, every vote counts. Wow, that was close. That was, I think, the most dramatic poll we've ever had. Because attacks was winning and then nothing was winning, and then attacks pulled it out at the end. Thanks for voting in our poll. I'm going to wrap up the poll now, but I appreciate everybody voting. Oh, it just disappeared. The poll disappeared. All right, we're wrapping up the poll. I appreciate all of the voting. On Facebook, it ended up being 69% on Facebook said Trump attacks. 27% said nothing, and 5% on Facebook said that the strait will open. Hold on a moment here. Al-Mayadeen says explosions heard in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan. Quick thank you to Lidwine Elizabeth publishing the polls. Well, we've done a lot of polls, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But in a way, it's nice that you have to see them when they happen. They're short-lived. You have to enjoy them while they're up. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Play95128, who says, I think Trump is using this as a cover to take Carg Island? Using the threat as a cover to take Carg Island? Thank you, Chunky Style. Thanks, Braden Kemp, who thinks Gulf states will pressure Trump to not follow through. Desalination plants have been threatened. This would be catastrophic for them. That's what Braden says. Thank you, Willem Focus. Thanks, Mendy R. The futures, the stock futures for tomorrow are at I see them all at slightly down. Dow is basically even. S&P down like 0.17 from what I'm seeing. NASDAQ down about 0.25%. Down slightly right now. Thanks, Colleen Sarah. Thanks, Ken Lance. Thank you. Supermax Dan thinks Trump might fire a warning shot before the deadline ends. President, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard spokesman said, "Hey Trump, you're fired today." I'm going to play you this clip here. I'm going to play you the clip from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard today. If I can get it on the screen here. Hold on one moment. One moment here.
Bismillah.
Okay. This is from Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Let me cue it up. Where is it?
الرحمن میدهند همان اربابان مسلمان زیرا در سلول اصابت‌های ما سزای هر دشمنی است. نگاه سو داشته باشد. Thank you for your attention.
Here it is. Here it is.
احترام.
Here it is, right here. This is the...
You are fired. You are familiar with...
I'm going to put it on the screen. This is the Iranian...
sentence. داشته باشد.
Iranian military spokesman today. Hang on. I will get it on the screen for you. This is the Iranian military spokesman today telling Trump he is fired. Can you see this on your screen right here? Watch.
احترام. You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of خاتم الانبیا. سو داشته باشد. احترام. You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of خاتم الانبیا.
That is a legit video. That's a legit video. That was posted on Iranian state media. Told him he was fired. Said, thank you for your attention to this matter. I wonder if Trump will see that. Jimulation says Trump will see it. He is on Twitter every day. Faytux News just said, Saudi Arabia said they shot down a drone over the northern border region. Faytux News says, I don't recall statements about shoot-downs in that area before. It might be drones launched by Iraqi militias. Kaz Michelle says, of course Trump will see it. Thank you, Haroon Aq. Thank you, Haroon Aq. Also, Corey Bethune in Florida. Emergency Alert Towernator, thank you. Oh, something I wanted to do is check out marine traffic just to show you. You know, you can go to marinetraffic.com and track ships there. It is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So let's check in. Now, there could be ships with their tracking off or whatever. Also, I don't have like the more expensive plan where you can sometimes get more up-to-date tracking. Some of these are up-to-date though. 4 hours ago, 4 minutes ago, 2 hours ago. Oh, can I do playback with my not fancy plan? Playback. I don't think I can. No. I would have to pay for it. I don't think it's cheap. Actually, I wonder though. Sometimes they have trials too. I'll have to look into that. Playback. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Not going to worry about it right now. But you can go to marinetraffic.com and check it out. But just to show you guys what it's looking like in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Look at there it is. Oh, thanks, Stephen Briones. Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate that. Also, Yusuf Al-Thawadi. Thanks, Yusuf. Or Yusuf Al-Thawadi. Thank you. Really see nothing in here. How updated are these? 8 hours, 4 hours, 41 minutes, 12 hours, 4 minutes ago, 4 hours ago, 58 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours, 2 hours. So you get the idea. 2 minutes ago. A lot of these are very updated. Marinetraffic.com. A lot of ships trapped in the Gulf that can't get out, too. I don't know that all these ships want to get out, but there's lots of ships that are trapped there that cannot get out through the Strait of Hormuz. Where is the... Hang on a moment here. I'll keep an eye out on the marine traffic stuff. If I feel it'll be worth it, I can always buy a month of it or whatever. So I'll look into it. I'll have to look into it later when I have some more time. I don't know that having a plan would really benefit us much at this point. But I will look into it later. Hold on a moment here. Buffalo Woman says, what about food for people on the ships? How did they get it? You know, people stranded on those ships, there's articles about difficulties they're having. The Straits Times had an article yesterday Concern mounts for stranded sailors in Gulf. They say thousands of sailors are stranded. They say most are from India and the Philippines. About 30,000 Indian and Filipino seafarers are in or near the Persian Gulf. Also, there can be, strikes and attacks going on when they're there. The article talks about how there's limited internet connection on board these ships. Oh, I hadn't seen this. This is from 2 days ago. Richard Blumenthal, U.S. Senator. Thanks to Trump's war with Iran, he says, U.S. flagged and U.S. crewed commercial vessels are currently trapped in the Persian Gulf. I've written to Admiral Cooper demanding action be taken to protect and support these crews as they sail under the sustained operational and psychological stress. He said U.S. flagged vessels are stranded in the region, operating in a highly contested environment marked by persistent drone activity, missile threats, and maritime insecurity. These vessels appear to have received no warning or direction to reposition prior to the onset of hostilities and now face significant challenges in accessing safe resupply, maintaining reliable communications, and identifying a pathway to safe transit. Senator Blumenthal, he says also in this letter to U.S. Central Command, crews aboard these vessels are reportedly rationing water and provisions while operating under sustained psychological and operational stress. The safety and welfare of American mariners in this environment demands immediate attention. Accordingly, I request prioritize resupply and port access for U.S. flagged and U.S. crewed vessels, including fuel, food, and, isn't it potable water? Is it potable or potable? That means using for cooking, right? But I forget potable. Then some other suggestions he has. Provide to Congress the anticipated port call plan and associated security measures to ensure safe resupply of these vessels. Establish a reliable communications framework for U.S. flagged vessels. Anyway, so Senator Blumenthal calling for help for the American ships in American crews stuck in the region, stuck in Persian Gulf. Terminator Pig said ports won't let the cargoes dock. I'd read some story about saying something like that. I'm not sure what the exact situation is there. G Captain, which is a shipping news site said that Sal Mercogliano, who's a shipping expert, said at least 5 U.S. flagged vessels remain stuck inside the Persian Gulf with more than 100 mariners aboard. Excuse me. Oops, got to get the clock back up. 24 hours and 30 minutes till Trump's deadline ends. What is going to happen? Thank you, One War Lizard, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Oh, hold on a second. Oops, hold on. 1 moment. I need 1 moment. I need 1 minute. I'm going to come back in 1 minute. Okay, give me 1 minute. Hang on. Steve will be back in 1 minute. All right, hang tight. 1 minute. I am back. Thank you for your patience. Sorry about that. Give me a second here. Some gunfire. Hearing gunfire. Oil is just about where it was. It's down a little bit. It's just about where it was when the market opened. It's very close. Oh, what else? I have a Jerusalem camera too. We should put the Jerusalem camera up too. I didn't realize I had that here. We'll get that up for you. Oh, I might have footage. I may have footage of Israel blew up a bridge in southern Lebanon. I should show you that. Do I have that here? I don't know if I have the footage of the bridge actually being blown up. Oh, I do. Or do I? I think I do. I got it. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Okay. I forgot about this. So first of all, let me put up on the screen the Jerusalem feed. Jerusalem feed. Coming up. It's a little blurry, the Jerusalem feed tonight. Here is the Jerusalem feed. Ooh, we got to make it small. We don't need it big. There is Jerusalem. I'm going to ask them about that. We'll see if they can get that a little more focused on Jerusalem. I should have the video about the of the bridge. I have the bridge blowing up video. So we're going to look at this. Israel announced that they were blowing up a bridge near Tyre, southern Lebanon. This was earlier. Here, so you can see here they said, oops, the Defense Army destroyed a crossing over the Litani River used by Hezbollah terrorist elements to move from north of Litani to south of it in Lebanon. They said Hezbollah terrorists used this crossing to transport thousands of combat vehicles, rocket projectiles, and rocket platforms that they used to carry out terrorist plots from the south of the Litani region against Defense Army forces and citizens of the State of Israel. This crossing was targeted to prevent harm to the citizens of the State of Israel as well as to the citizens of Lebanon. Now, this bridge, from what I understand, this is a key route for people in the south to be able to get to the north and for trade between the south and the north. So it's an important bridge that Israel has destroyed. I'm going to show you footage of it right now. Yeah, so Reuters said that Israel struck a main bridge linking Lebanon south to the rest of the country. They say that the destruction of And they say they also ordered the Israeli military to destroy all crossings over the Litani River and step up the demolition of homes near the southern border. Reuters says that the destruction of bridges and homes marks a significant escalation in Israel's military campaign in Lebanon. Reuters also says international law generally prohibits militaries from attacking civilian infrastructure. This strike damaged a crossing on Lebanon's coastal highway that runs through farmland and is one of the main routes linking southern and central Lebanon. Okay, so I'm going to show you right now this video of the bridge being destroyed. It was a number of hours ago, earlier today. Well, on Sunday. Here. Israel strikes main bridge in South Lebanon, orders destruction of homes near border. So here's the video. I have it. We're going to play it for you. So this is going to be earlier today, southern Lebanon. Near Tyre, Lebanon. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that volume off. Then I'm going to put this here, and then I'm going to put on the screen earlier today near Tyre, Lebanon. And you can see what it looked like. I'm going to hit play. Oh, I have to hold on. I got to cue this up. Let me cue it up to the right place. Okay, are you guys ready here? Here it is. Here it is. Get ready. Reuters had this camera there when it happened. They knew that because there had been an evacuation order and Israel had said we're going to destroy the bridge. So they put a camera out there to be there when it happened. I'll replay it again for you in a second. But this is a key bridge connecting southern and central Lebanon. You can see a number of homes in the area too. And you'll see as the smoke clears. Let me see if I can forward it to the smoke clearing a bit. Here. There you go. Now, I'm looking at it there. I'm trying to see. It's a huge explosion. Now, the road is still there. Is there like holes in it? Let's see. Oh, there's a big hole in it. Look. Right there, and then definitely there. I don't know if they hit it again. Let me look here. The video, there's no video of them hitting it again. Is that a second hole right here? I can't tell if that's another hole or not. But I'm looking at the video from today, and I only see, I think, one hit, at least on the Reuters video. I think. Now, it might, regardless of what it looks like on the surface, it might be extraordinarily unsafe to drive across it. Although this may be a hole. Oh, let me see if there's, maybe the article has other pictures of it from close up. Let me just see. I'm going to let you see again with the actual strike there. Now, it damaged the bridge. It didn't say it destroyed the bridge. Oh, I have this picture. Hold on. I can get you a close-up of what it looked like. Here. So here's a close-up from Reuters, and then we can zoom in. So, yes, there are two, I can confirm, there are two giant holes, giant craters there. That's a good shot from Reuters. Johnny says the whole lower support is damaged. I wouldn't recommend driving over it. So again, you can see there the two holes. There's one big crater right there. And then here's the other one right there. Estero thinks it's repairable in 2 hours. The thing is, I would assume if they try to repair it, that Israel might strike it again. So I want to show you this footage again. But what the article said, again, is that Israel strikes main bridge in South Lebanon, orders destruction of homes near border. And they say that Israel struck a main bridge linking Lebanon south to the rest of the country on Sunday after ordering its military to destroy all crossings over the Litani River, which is, I think, about 20 miles north of the border, and step up the demolition of homes near the southern border. The destruction of bridges and homes marks a significant escalation in Israel's military campaign in Lebanon, which was pulled into the regional war on March 2nd when armed group Hezbollah fired into Israeli territory. International law generally prohibits militaries from attacking civilian infrastructure. And the United Nations Human Rights Chief has criticized Israel's actions in Lebanon, particularly its widespread evacuation orders that have displaced more than 1 million people, about 15% of the population. The strike today damaged a crossing on Lebanon's coastal highway that runs through farmland and is one of the main routes linking southern and central Israel. They interviewed this person who said, "Our house is right next to the bridge. They got the evacuation warning. It was destroyed in the last war and we had rebuilt a basic structure to live in. I hope it's still standing," she said. The Lebanese president said the strikes were a prelude to a ground invasion and amounted to a policy of collective punishment against civilians. He said it would impede the delivery of humanitarian aid and could be part of suspicious schemes to pursue an expansion of Israel's presence in Lebanese territory. Oh, a second Israeli strike hit the bridge on Sunday evening, according to Lebanese state media. All right, so I don't have video of the second strike, but a second Israeli strike did hit the bridge on Sunday evening. Just a little more here from that article, and I'll show you. I'll show you the. I'm going to show you the video again. Here again is the bridge here. The before. Reuters writes, Ramzi Kais, Lebanon researcher at Human Rights Watch, said international law requires armed actors to take into account the civilian harm caused by strikes on infrastructure like bridges, even if the targets were being used for military purposes. If all these bridges are struck and the region that is south of the Litani River becomes isolated from the rest of the country, then the civilian harm is going to be so immense that you have a humanitarian catastrophe, as people still living in the south won't be able to access food, medicine, and other basic needs, he said. And just to remind you what Israel said about that bridge, Israel said that they had destroyed a crossing used by Hezbollah to move from the north of Litani to south of it. And they said it was being used by Hezbollah terrorist elements and leaders to transition from north of the river to south of the river, and that Hezbollah used it to transport thousands of combat vehicles, rocket projectiles, and rocket platforms they used to carry out terrorist plots from the south of the Litani region against Defense Army forces and citizens in the state of Israel. They actually have this screen grab there of the bridge. I assume it's the same bridge that they're talking about right there, because they had given an evacuation warning for it. So let me show you again. Yeah, here was the evacuation warning. Here originally. Based on Hezbollah's activities and to prevent the transfer of reinforcements and combat means, the IDF intends to strike the coastal highway bridge. All right, so here again is the video of Israel destroying the bridge. Right here. I'm going to play it again for you. Here is Israel destroying that bridge. Although they did, again, there was apparently a second strike on it in the evening. And then I don't know if we can slow it down, maybe. Freeze it. Can you see the missiles? I don't even know if you can see the missiles there. I don't know. I don't know if I can. Actually, so you can see one. Well, it looks like there's an explosion there. That's one hole. That's another one there. Maybe underneath too. I don't know. 3 hovering, Shu says. Maybe 1 underneath and 2 on the top. I don't know. You heard a plane. You heard a plane. One of the viewers thinks it's just 2 hits and that you're getting just the debris blowing out from under the bridge. You can actually see the debris. Well, I don't know if it's the debris or the shock wave all the way out here. Oh. Yeah, one of the viewers said it looked like an airburst. It's interesting. You saw I don't understand this, but you saw some, like after the initial explosion, you saw some later explosions outside. So anyways, was there some sort of airburst? I don't know. All right. Anyways, if you want to rewind it, you can rewind it. Just to hold on a second here. Just to show you again the photo that I was showing you before of the bridge after, so you can see the photo. Here it is. Here is the after. Well, but I guess they hit it later in the day as well. But there are the 2 holes on the bridge. Actually, look at what happened to. There's the look. There's like the bridge house or the observation post on the bridge or whatever, the bridge headquarters or whatever it is. You can see a lot of destruction there too. That traffic light looks like it collapsed. Anyways, the sign has damage. Anyways, wanted to let you know about that. Hold on a moment here. Now remember, the U.S. and Israel and Iran have I believe, have launched over 16,000 strikes, I think it is. But we don't really get to see them like that, you know? So there have been thousands and strikes bigger than that, probably most of them. Faytux News had mentioned something interesting earlier today. He mentioned that Nira Kraus, who is a journalist with 13 News Israel, Nira Kraus, she talked to Trump today on the phone. And she said, hold on. She said she asked him about the Strait of Hormuz and his deadline, his ultimatum. And President Trump said, "You'll find out what's going to happen." And she asked if Iran would cave into the ultimatum. And he said, "You're going to find out soon. It's going to be very good. Total decimation of Iran. It's going to work out very good." Oh, we just hit 24 hours. Less than 24 hours now. Less than 24 hours now. Abu Dhabi says a person got a minor injury from debris falling. Authorities in Abu Dhabi responded to a fall of debris following the successful interception of a missile, which resulted in one person of Indian nationality sustaining a minor injury, they say. Hang on a moment here. Again, we're under 24 hours till Trump's deadline. Then also, Hang on. I was going to mention something else here. Our viewer Shamini says you have 24 hours to fill your car. By the way, Israel is dropping the number at Ben Gurion Airport in Israel. That's the major international airport there, I believe. They are dropping, they're expected to drop the number of passengers to only 50 on each flight for outbound flights. That's from N12 News. And they're reducing the traffic at the airport. I assume that's for safety reasons. The other thing I wanted to mention, though, is there was something else from there I wanted to mention from N12 News. Yes, so actually, in Faytux News had spotted this story, which I appreciate. Thanks, Faytux News. So N12 News Israel is reporting that the Americans have told Israel that the liberation of the Strait of Hormuz is expected to take weeks. N12 News says the U.S. has told Israel's political leadership that the operational plans to liberate the Strait of Hormuz may take longer than expected. The American assessment is this is an operation that will last for many weeks. And therefore, the entire war is also expected to be prolonged, says Channel 12 News. They also, the N12 News says the U.S. administration tells Israel the goal is broad strategic change, not just opening the strait, but preventing Iran's ability to influence global oil and gas prices. So they say this war could go on for a while. Regarding the airport, yes, according to Ynet in Israel, that last Wednesday, the Transportation Ministry in Israel had imposed stricter measures after interception debris fell inside the airport, or it fell inside the airport grounds, damaging 3 private aircraft. But they also say that, okay, according to Ynet, they say the Israel Airports Authority says the limitations on the number of people on outbound flights is driven primarily by security considerations, including the ability to accommodate passengers in protected areas during emergencies. So again, it seems security related. I don't have all the details. Haaretz says that Israel is expected to tighten restrictions at Ben Gurion International Airport amid a rise in missiles fired from Iran. Remember, there were these 2 missile strikes in southern Israel yesterday, that wounded over 140 people. No foreign airlines are currently operating at Ben Gurion Airport. Mozart thinks they're trying to slow the exodus? I heard back from AFP that they're aware of that. They're aware the Jerusalem camera is a bit blurry. It's something they're going to fix in the future. They can't fix it right this second, but they're aware of it. Checking for updates here. About 15 minutes ago, Al Jazeera said explosions in eastern Tehran and activation of air defenses. I'm seeing a rocket alert right now for northern Israel. Thanks, by the way, to Jennifer Taylor. Hey, thanks, Jennifer. Also, No Name. Yeah, No Name. President Trump already posted earlier today on his... I don't really want to get into the details of this. President Trump posted on his social media, True Social, that ICE agents would be going to some airports tomorrow. He said on Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents. I don't know exactly how they're going to be helping out there, but we'll have to see. Reuters says DHS said on Sunday it would not publicly share details about ICE deployment in order to preserve operational security. Sources briefed on the matter said the current plan calls for deploying ICE agents at 14 locations. Immigration enforcement agents are prepared to fill in for some transportation security workers. Absences among TSA workers reached their highest level since this weekend, since a partial government shutdown began 5 weeks ago. And they're not getting paid. They have been without pay for weeks. Reuters said for now, ICE agents will not be deployed in areas behind security checkpoints because they lack the specific clearance needed. Border czar Tom Homan said Sunday sending out ICE agents to bolster short-staffed TSA teams will speed up airport lines, but the Union for TSA Workers said that does not solve what they see as the underlying problem of pay. Thank you, No Name, by the way. Thank you, Sobek 2012. Sobek mentions that Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the UK is set to chair an emergency meeting on the economic fallout from the war on Iran in Iran on Monday. Thank you so much to Sobek. Also, Fiona Diamond, thank you for being a member. Thanks, Captain Jerry Donnelly. 23 hours, 44 minutes, and 12 seconds left in the Trump deadline. Thank you, The East Family on New Zealand, who says, why should one country be allowed to be so disruptive to the majority they cannot be trusted? I assume you mean Iran? The East Family? Thank you. Thanks, Bernard Tapey from Canada. Thanks, Haley Girl. Thanks, Alabama Fan, for the gift membership. Thank you, David West. Oh, thanks, David. Yeah, marine traffic is similar to Flight Radar 24. It's for ships, you know, it's a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. It's a bit expensive, but it's possible that I'll decide to. Not that much is happening like on the. There's not that much happening minute to minute on it that I think we'd be showing. So, you know, I can pay for it if I think it's going to help the broadcast, but I don't know at this point if it really add a lot to it. So I got to look into it maybe after the broadcast today and think about it. But yeah, because we've been using the free site and you could track a lot of the ships. You can't do certain things unless you have the paid plan, like replay stuff. But something I'm thinking about. So thank you, David West. I appreciate that. I just don't know how much we'd be showing it. It might be interesting if like a ship is actually actively moving towards the Gulf, towards the Strait. What happened to this, my chat window? I have a chat window that's, hold on a second here, where I'm supposed to see all the chats, and somehow it stopped working. I can see the chats individually. The Jay Gibbons says, I'm looking at marine traffic right now, nothing moving. It's similar, like marine traffic and Flight Radar 24. You can do stuff with the free accounts. So again, marinetraffic.com and flightradar.com. Sorry, FlightRadar24.com. Yeah, marine traffic is for ships. I don't know. Hold on a second here. I don't know if like with marine traffic, with a certain plan, like you get like much more updated information about a lot of the ships or not. It's a little confusing to me. By the way, thank you to Scotty P. Scotty P, I appreciate your support, Scotty P. We now have 23 hours and 40 minutes in Trump's deadline. Again, that is the current marine traffic look at the Strait of Hormuz, marinetraffic.com. Don't see much there. Speed zero. Speed zero. That's 9 hours ago, but speed zero. Speed zero. Now, what happened to... Oh, give me one moment. Give me one moment here. How is the red? Please, yeah, I'll turn down the snoozing. We're really hearing it's very quiet on the. I'm going to turn down everything. Maybe I'll put the volume on from Jerusalem or something. What are we hearing from there? Oh, wait, hold a second. The Jerusalem volume sounds like this. But then people will think that that's where. I'm just going to leave it quiet now. Because if I have the volume on from one of the other cameras, people think it's the big camera. But the big camera right now is Beirut, which I want to keep as the big camera, but it's just the guy sleeping. One of the viewers asked about the Red Sea. Plenty going on in the Red Sea. There's talk that the Houthis could start attacking ships and stop letting ships go out this way. But I mean, there's all kinds of ships. There's a tanker right there 23 minutes ago, moving 10 knots. All these tankers going out of the Red Sea. There's one there going out of the Red Sea. And ships going through, ships going toward, I guess, ports there inside the Red Sea. But will the Houthis, I think this is the Bab al-Mandab Strait here, will the Houthis try to cut off that alternate route for oil getting out of the Gulf? We do not know. That'd be a huge deal. Joe Seg, our viewer, says next week things might start to get really bad in the Middle East and the rest of the world, so be ready. Now I can see all the chats again. Thanks so much to Mark. Hold on, where is it here? Thanks too much to Mark Etienne LaRouche. He says, we Canadians are welcoming all tourists around the world. In Canada, you will be safe. We got amazing landscapes, amazing mountains, a lot of great places to visit, and you don't have to be something to be sent to in jail. Peaceful Canada. Thank you, Mark. Thanks also, Kathy Leeds. Thanks, Kathy, for shouting out the mods. Thanks, Harper Ann. Thank you, Jennifer Lee. Thanks so much, Jennifer. Thanks, Jennifer Taylor. Did I thank everybody for before? Thanks to One Eye War Lizard. Thanks for the memberships. Also, Mercado 91, who says apparently 2 missiles failed over Iran and broke up over Iran in the last 30 minutes. I have not heard any kind of report about that, about missiles over Iran breaking up. I have heard no such report. Give me a moment here. The Financial Times said that Trump's deadline means that the war appears to have entered a new escalatory phase. The Financial Times talked to an expert at the Crisis Group think tank who said the conflict had reached the next stage of escalation and neither side has shown they are ready to climb off the escalation ladder, and it could get far worse. This expert, Ali Vaez, said going after infrastructure is going to result in scorched earth throughout the region with disastrous consequences. Look, if President Trump does go, if the Strait doesn't open, which not many people are expecting Iran to open the Strait, and the deadline comes and the U.S. starts attacking power plants in Iran, Iran has said they're going to attack all kinds of, they've talked about attacking energy infrastructure in the Gulf, about attacking desalination plants. That certainly could cause a lot of issues and destruction and all of that. So it'll be a huge deal if that happens. I don't know that it's going to happen. Ricky Isabella says lots of military experts say Trump has lost the control Echo Pass Outpost says Israel will use their nukes. Texas Douglas says Trump made a threat he can follow through with. I genuinely don't know if he's going to stick to it. He has made threats before sometimes that he did not stick to. I also told you last night, I said, I wouldn't be surprised if right before the deadline he extends it. Signum says it certainly has been escalating. This is interesting. The Financial Times reported today, I hadn't heard this before, I don't know if it's true. The Financial Times says that Iran's attacks on Qatar Energy's Ras Laffan complex, important natural gas facility, involved sophisticated missiles that were maneuverable and able to evade US-made Patriot air defense systems, according to an official briefed on the attack. I don't know if this is true. Iran's Again, they said that Iran's attacks on Qatar Energy's Ras Laffan gas complex involved sophisticated missiles that were maneuverable and able to evade US-made Patriot air defense systems, according to an official briefed on the attack. I don't know if that's true. Just passing that along. I do wonder if Iran has, some store of more advanced missiles that they're, not using all the time and maybe waiting to use when they feel the need is important enough. I don't know. Also just of course, there's talk about will the U.S. try to take Karg Island, from which Iran ships 90% of its oil exports. So we don't know if that's going to happen, but if it does, there's a question about, well, how dangerous will that be for the troops if they're sitting there on Karg Island and Iran is firing on the island? One of our viewers, Olive Oil, says, or someone in quotes is supplying Iran with missiles. You Me Bong Bong says they will turn the island into an archipelago. Kent says going to stockpile more non-perishable food. $23 hours, 25 minutes. Till the deadline. Hey, thanks so much to Mercado91 for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Mercado. Thank you so much. Thanks also M. Linneman, who says, I think Israel wants to do it, so Trump is trying to find a reason for it to be done. That's from N. Linneman. Thanks for your support. Thanks also. Mercado gave 5 more memberships. Mercado gave 15 memberships. So nice of you. Make sure you thank Mercado or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks also Claire Bentley for your support. Thank you, Claire. Thanks Frozen Ghost for the memberships. Thank you, Frozen Ghost. Thank you, King Polo, for being a member. Thanks also Brian Burchett. Brian says, I'm sure Iran has another trick up its sleeve, but I'm sure Trump has a bigger trick up his sleeve. Thank you so much, Mark's our member. And Mercado, again, thanks so much, Mercado, for your support and for shouting out our moderators. Oh, I just saw something here. Where is it? An update here from state media about an attack, American-Israeli attack in Bandar Abbas. Now, this is what Iranian state media says. Can I verify this? No. But I'm going to show you what they say. First, I'm going to sneeze first. Sorry. Usually I try to mute myself, but I didn't catch it. Anyways, here is what Mirror News says. American-Israeli enemy attacks Bandar Abbas radio transmitter. Let me show you where this is. Bandar Abbas is not far from the Strait of Hormuz. So look. There's the Strait of Hormuz, and there's Bandar Abbas on the coast there. So is this some sort of preparation attack, attacking in Bandar Abbas for some kind of move on Strait of Hormuz? Iranian state media says American-Israeli enemy attacks Bandar Abbas radio transmitter, the 100 kilowatt AM transmitter of the Persian Gulf Central Broadcasting System was targeted by the American-Israeli terrorist army. The Director General of Persian Gulf Central Broadcasting said in this attack, which was against international law, one of the security staff of the Martyr Center and another person were injured. Persian Gulf Central Broadcasting's programs are now being broadcast as before. I don't know if that attack is somehow preparation for some kind of move on the Strait of Hormuz. No idea. Roger Shoemaker, our viewer, says, targeting the civilians is not the answer. Claudio says Bandar Abbas has a 400,000 population. Excuse me for a moment. About half a million, according to 2016 census. Wikipedia says Bandar Abbas population 2016 half a million. Back in 2016. Oh, I want to show you something else now I just saw. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. One moment. The Washington Post has some reporting about possible battle for the Strait of Hormuz. Look. Trump threats U.S. troop buildup raise specter of battle for Hormuz. Let's check out some of this reporting from the Washington Post. The Post says a surge of additional U.S. forces to the Middle East and President Trump's threat to obliterate Iran's energy infrastructure have set the stage for what U.S. and Israeli security officials increasingly see as the war's possible endgame, a battle for control of the Strait of Hormuz and key energy installations. Reopening the strait, a critical conduit for global energy supplies, has emerged as perhaps the paramount objective for a war that security officials now believe is unlikely to achieve goals that briefly seemed possible at the outset of the U.S. U.S.-Israel military operation, including overthrowing Iran's regime and putting a nuclear weapon permanently out of Tehran's reach. The Post says, instead, breaking Iran's stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz could enable Trump to wind down the war while claiming victory, halt an expanding global energy crisis, and deprive Iran of a potent deterrent against future strikes, which senior Israeli officials described as inevitable if Tehran resumes ballistic missile production or moves to develop a nuclear weapon. So I guess my question would be how would the U.S. and Israel prevent Iran in the future from closing the Strait of Hormuz again? That's a question I have. The Post says in Israel, Trump's online threats have raised expectations that a new phase of the war could soon get underway with the arrival of additional U.S. firepower. A contingent of 4,500 U.S. sailors and Marines is heading to the Middle East, including an infantry battalion landing team backed by helicopters, F-35 fighter jets, and armored landing vehicles. The Pentagon also sped up the deployment of a similar unit from San Diego, defense officials said. An Israeli official told the Washington Post, those Marines aren't coming for decoration. Thanks, by the way, to Faytox News, who let me know that the Post had posted this story. An Iranian military spokesman said Sunday that Iran would retaliate for attacks on its oil and gas assets by hitting U.S.-linked energy targets, information technology, and water desalination infrastructure in the Persian Gulf region. The Israeli official that the Washington Post spoke to said that the new U.S. deployment of Marines and other troops and ships signals a plan to take the island in the strait. The island and the strait, said the Israeli official, referring to Karg Island, Iran's main hub for exporting petroleum. Doing so could enable the U.S. and Israel to starve Tehran of oil revenue and provide a political off-ramp for Trump, who the Israeli official says needs to show that the strait is open. Look, we've been talking about this for like a week now or so, and I've been telling you, this is not very insightful, but that the strait is closed. President Trump is not going to be content with the strait remaining closed, so something has to give. And now we know that, yesterday he gave Iran 48 hours to open it. Assassin says Iran has the right to defend itself. Signum Aeternus says surely that will go well if President Trump tries to take the strait back, take over to the Strait of Hormuz and open it up and also take Karg Island. Rich HTX says there is likely intel that we, the public, are not privy to. Freno Frobis says Iran is not going to do nothing to no one. Corndog says just opening the strait would leave the Revolutionary Guard in power, though Trump loses. So, but again, I'm wondering, I can't imagine the plan would be to open the strait up for a day and then leave. So how do you prevent Iran from attacking ships in the strait in the future? The Washington Post says Iran has used an array of conventional weapons and asymmetrical capabilities to bring shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to a standstill. From as many as 130 tankers a day in peacetime to a tiny number now being granted passage by Iranian authorities. U.S. strikes have pounded Iranian positions along the Strait of Hormuz, along the Gulf Waterway, destroying missile launch sites, suspected mine-laying vessels, and small watercraft capable of racing toward vulnerable tankers. But that has done little to ease the near shutdown of tanker traffic. Israeli officials said that a perceived U.S. reluctance to send its own ships to the strait and Trump's efforts to outsource that mission to European allies or China underscore its danger and complexity. The fact that they are slow going to Hormuz shows it's more complicated than expected, a former senior Israeli security official said. Any effort to secure the Strait of Hormuz would overwhelmingly fall to the U.S. because of its naval capabilities and the expertise of its leaders, officials said. Even so, says the Washington Post, an operation to restore commercial traffic in the Strait of Hormuz could take at least weeks, put U.S. sailors and other forces at risk, and expose U.S. warships to attacks from hidden coastline positions, submerged mines, and drones sent by air or skimming the water's surface. Keeping the channel open could mean devoting U.S. military and intelligence resources to escorting missions and monitoring threats for an unknown duration, with any successful attack by Iran sowing panic in energy markets and in the shipping industry. That's an interesting paragraph there. Again, even so, an operation to restore commercial traffic in the Strait could take at least weeks, put U.S. sailors and other forces at risk, and expose U.S. warships to attacks from hidden coastline positions, submerged mines, and drones sent by air or skimming the water surface. Keeping the channel open could mean devoting U.S. military and intelligence resources to escorting missions and monitoring threats for an unknown duration, with any successful attack by Iran sowing panic in the energy markets and in the shipping industry. Our viewer AFK Alien says U.S. troops will have to stay in Hormuz forever to keep it open. I mean, it's an interesting question what the plan would be. How are the ships getting through mines right now, says Chris N. Well, very few ships have gotten through. Reportedly, there were a small number of mines put in the strait by Iran. I don't know if that's true, but Iran is reportedly the ones allowing certain ships to go through. So maybe they're directing the ships a certain way to avoid mines. If there are mines there, I'm not sure. The Washington Post says the ability of Houthi militant groups in Yemen to harass passing vessels in recent years underscored the difficulty of policing commercial shipping lanes, even when the threat comes from a proxy force with a fraction of Iran's resources. The Post says the outcome in Hormuz has additional strategic implications for Israel, where security officials increasingly expect that the need to conduct follow-on strikes against Iran will persist beyond any declared end to the current conflict. Israeli officials said they could regard such measures, doing future strikes on Iran, as necessary if the U.S. or Israel detected efforts by Iran to reconstitute its ballistic missile program or recover its buried uranium in a rush to develop a nuclear weapon. Israel would have few constraints on its ability to conduct such strikes on Iran in the future if Iran was no longer able to target ships in Hormuz or rain missiles on its Gulf neighbors, officials said. But if Iran can block Hormuz, they have a deterrence tool that the regime could wield in retaliation and mobilize global opposition, said the former head of the IDF's Military Intelligence Directorate. Again, I don't know how, if there is a plan to prevent Iran from shutting the Strait of Hormuz by attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, what would be the plan that would prevent them from doing this? Are you talking about somehow putting some sort of large ground force on the coast? And then what do you leave them there? Again, I just don't know what the plan, if that's the plan, if the plan is to somehow permanently prevent them from attacking the ships. Because if the alternative to that would be to reach some kind of diplomatic agreement with them. Although I gotta say, even if you reached a diplomatic agreement with them to end the hostilities, and they said, okay, we won't attack ships, I mean, is that definitely going to keep them from doing it in the future? Hate Luzin says a couple of ships think they will block the channel. Well, all it takes, is one of the articles, maybe this article said, is that, you know, a ship or two gets attacked and other ships won't want to go through there. Thank you, by the way, to Miss Curvy. Miss Curvy says, UN agencies warn up to 45 million people could face extreme hunger if the war with Iran continues. Imagine poor countries will suffer worse. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that report from the UN, but certainly we talked about yesterday this already having economic consequences around the world, raising energy prices, for example. Oh, I see that report from the UN World Food Program. UN World Food Program. If the escalation continues and fuel prices remain high, the consequences for global hunger could be severe. A WFP analysis indicates an additional 45 million people could be pushed into acute hunger due to rising food and fuel costs and supply chain disruptions, they say. Thank you, Miss Curvy. Thank you also, Dhruv Sharma, who says, will the U.S. and Israel control the Strait of Hormuz? We do not know. We do not know. Big question. Also, give me a moment here. Thank you, Ralph Holzer, who says, why don't you try if Trump actually follows through? Ralph, are you saying you think he's going to follow through or might not follow through? I don't know. Thanks, Charles Case, for the memberships. Thanks so much, Charles. Thanks also, Mercado91, who says, have to wonder how the Arab nations would survive if Iran's energy plants do get hit and the IRGC manages to take out desalination plants. As I said, but thank you, Mercado. As I said before, if President Trump decides to, if the Strait doesn't open, which most people don't think it's going to, by the deadline, and President Trump does decide to attack Iranian power plants, presumably Iran will attack targets like infrastructure targets around the Gulf region. It's a huge step if President Trump decides to attack a power plant in Iran, because that will unleash more escalation. I don't know what will happen, but that would be a very big development. Thanks, Rez Jr. Prod, who says, if Trump pulls out now, it'll be an embarrassment, especially with no regime change. Russia and China will see how weak we are. Thank you, Bluebird Softball Cookie. One thing I'm going to say is I tend to not play the worst case scenario game. I think a lot of times people just jump to worst case scenarios, which are quite unlikely. But I wonder if it's, I feel like I haven't seen a lot of discussion of kind of more extreme scenarios. And I don't know that, I feel like maybe there should be more discussion of it. For example, if President Trump feels that, like, yes, we have to open the Strait of Hormuz and we can't be seen as weak, right? And the Iranian regime feels, well, this is an existential crisis for us. It threatens the existence of our regime, which they very well probably do think. Where can the escalation go? And say whatever President Trump does, say the deadline comes and President Trump attacks a couple of power plants and they still don't open the strait. What's the next step? What's the next step? And it's like I don't even want to mention it because I think it's unlikely. Is there a chance where you get to a point where Trump is saying, like, vaguely threatening to use some kind of tactical nuclear weapon or something, just kind of putting out a post on Truth Social? And it's like, wait a second, does that mean he's threatening to use a smaller nuclear weapon? I don't know. He hasn't done it. I think it's unlikely. I don't think it's a crazy thought. So my point is, in a lot of these situations, I feel like people jump to that. And it's just, well, that's just a crazy thought. I don't think it's a crazy thought that it could get there. I didn't say use. I just said, there's a long way to using. But could I see a world in which he posts something on Truth Social, which kind of has people saying, wait a second, what is he implying here? I just don't see any discussion of that. But I don't think it's an insane thought that it could happen in the future. Buckminster Fullerene says it's not crazy to think the crazy guy can do crazy things. Well, regardless of whether you think he's crazy, I mean, this war is happening. This war is happening. I think there might be a lot of people who, if you told them 2 months ago that we would be in the 4th week of a U.S. and Israel joint attack against Iran, and that President Trump has now set a deadline at the end of which would be blowing up Iranian power plants, and that there's 50,000 U.S. troops in the region and 3 aircraft carriers, and the U.S. and Israel have been bombing Iran for 3 weeks. I think a lot of people might have thought that was crazy. And they would have said, no, that's never going to happen. He wouldn't do that. So this has happened. It's happened already. I would have been surprised. He had more of a record of limited military, activity. Look what happened in Venezuela. All of those resources in Venezuela and the Caribbean, and basically go in a few hours, basically capture one guy and leave. I don't want to minimize what was involved in capturing that person, but that's really what it was. Capture one guy and leave. Smokey Bear thinks his next post will be something about the Marines have moved in. The April Lee says depends on how many losses U.S. has if things go sideways. Also, it's just obvious that Iran's, and there's articles you can see about this, or talk about this, but it's just obvious that Iran has completely changed the way it responds to being attacked. In the past several years, its responses have been very calibrated, right? After Soleimani was attacked, they fired a bunch of missiles at some U.S. bases, but they basically gave a heads up that they were doing it, and there was nothing after that. Look, Iran has attacked all of this in the last few weeks, important energy infrastructure, aside from firing missiles at Israel, which they're constantly doing, and drones. But it's just clear that this is not sort of fake responses by Iran, that they really feel they need to impose costs. A number of analyses I've seen have said that Iran, they just see that again and again, the US and Israel just keep coming back and hitting them. And their thinking is they need to reestablish deterrence, because otherwise, even if the US and Israel leave now, they can come back and bomb them in 6 months again and whatever. So also, obviously, I mean, the US and Israel did kill the supreme leader of Iran. Let's not forget that happened. Let's not gloss over that the US and Israel killed the supreme leader of Iran. I think it's easy to forget because you're in it. The import of what is happening here. If somebody told you that a few months ago, wouldn't you have been like, what? So I wouldn't assume that this can't escalate to a great degree further. I would certainly not assume that. And again, I don't know how you permanently make it so that Iran, how do you permanently make it so that Iran will not attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz when Iran is next to the Strait of Hormuz? Thank you to Alaska Glass Lake. Thanks for your support. Also, Fusionza. 0 Point Wave Texas. 0 Point Wave Texas says Trump has balls previous president should have had. Thanks Temmie Dank for the memberships. Thanks Alaska Glass Lake again, 25. I appreciate that. Thanks also Mercado91, who says, we don't want any escalation, of course, but we have to wonder what those Houthis are up to. They have been quiet so far. What if they start launching? I will also say this. I also think not enough attention is being paid to the potential enormous economic consequences if this escalates. It's entirely possible, and I think reasonable to think, that if this escalates, the Houthis could shut down shipping out of the Red Sea. If you think it's bad now, economy-wise, because ships can't get out this way, what if they can't get out this way? Saudi Arabia is shipping much of its oil out through the Red Sea now. They have a pipeline that goes across the country, and they send a bunch of it to the Red Sea. What if ships can't get out here? And I don't think that's a crazy thought. I mean, you can find articles talking about this too. So, again, there's a lot worse for this to get economically. So somebody's going to have to back down. That's the thing. I think. I mean, that's entirely possible that happens. I mean, it's already escalated a lot, though. Now, who knows? Maybe the two sides are talking to each other behind the scenes, and there'll be some sort of deal of some sort reached. Who knows? That sort of doesn't really actually solve any things, but kind of pushes it off. I don't know, though. I mean, because Iran doesn't want to be attacked in the future, and Israel and the U.S. don't want Iran to. They don't like the regime, obviously, and they don't want Iran to keep rebuilding its, to rebuild its missile program and nuclear program and all that. There is a rocket alert up. There was rocket alert up by the northern border there. Do we have a no? There's no. I don't see. There's no early warning for a missile alert at this point. I'm not seeing that at all. Hey, by the way, thanks to Kelly Carter for supporting the channel. Kelly Carter, thank you. Also, Vicky Healy. Thank you, Vicky. Vicky says it's so sad what is happening to our country. That's what Vicky said. Thank you, Vicky Healy. Also, thanks to W Cat, our member. Mercado 91. Thank you. Core Pusher, it exists. We do have merch. I don't really talk about it, but the mods will post a link in the chat where you can find out about it there. Thank you, Core Pusher. Yeah, Mercado mentions that too. Again, Saudi Arabia is they can ship a bunch of their oil out through the Red Sea, and they're doing so. But if the Houthis start launching attacks on Red Sea shipping, then that could change. Thank you also, What Arm Thing Humma, who thinks Trump's dilemma is that he lacks an off-ramp. What Arm Thing Humma says, if Trump hits Iran's energy infrastructure and if Iran retaliates on desalination plants, this increases chances of Gulf countries and NATO intervention. Trump then leaves the region in chaos. Thanks also, Glorplove. Ralph Holzer, thanks for these memberships. Thanks, Ralph. That's very nice of you. WW994, thanks for being a member. Unknown Musician, thank you, who says, what exactly is the definition of World War III? I leave that to you. I want to shout out our moderators, too. First, though, thanks to Maverick in Mexico on Twitch and Mr. Bidamin on Twitch. Hey, shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. Big Ball of Yarn on Twitch. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Huge thanks. Ruth, thank you. for moderating over there on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. K. Larry Body on Facebook. Thanks for modding there. Barry, thanks for subscribing. Barry Eisler, Diane Allworth, Christy Claft, LT. Um, 22 hours and 45 minutes until the deadline. 22 hours, 45 minutes. Oh, gold is down more now? Gold is down? It's under 43.50. I just looked it up. Hold on. Yes, gold is down 4.5% roughly, around 43.50. Silver is also down about 4.5% today. And what is the, hold on. Bitcoin is about 67,700. Up, I said people are saying 6-7 in the chat. People are saying it. People are saying it. One moment here. Sorry, just checking a couple things here. Where is... The Washington Post has another report. Why Iran does not appear ready to give in despite heavy losses. The Post says, as the war in Iran enters its fourth week, with U.S. operations increasingly focused on global energy flows, Tehran is rebuffing efforts to identify a diplomatic off-ramp. Instead, Tehran is escalating attacks on its neighbors, betting it can ratchet up global economic pain faster than the Trump administration can relieve it with military force, according to an Iranian diplomat, 2 European diplomats, and a senior Arab official. Again, the Washington Post says Tehran is escalating attacks on its neighbors, betting it can ratchet up global economic pain faster than the Trump administration can relieve the pain with military force. Iran's leaders see their ability to control the Strait of Hormuz and withstand the U.S. and Israeli onslaught as a short-term victory, the Arab official and European diplomat said, but as the war expands, with Iran's critical infrastructure increasingly threatened, the country's leadership is also deeply concerned about their ability to recover in the long term. An Iranian diplomat told the Washington Post that Iran is not willing for a premature ceasefire like the 12-day war last year. Iran would not be willing this time to stop attacks against U.S. interests unless Washington could agree to a number of non-aggression guarantees, including monetary compensation for war-related damage, he said. Viewed in Tehran as necessary to prevent Israel in the U.S. from attacking again. The Iranian diplomat, says the Post, appealed to Trump to end the war before it escalates further. This is the very beginning of the U.S. getting stuck in a swamp, he said. There is no other ramp off. Alan Ear with the Middle East Institute, who used to work as a State Department official focused on Iran, told the Post, we're still on an escalatory path. The country's leaders, Iran's leaders, think that with enough economic pain, they can force Trump to back down. Iran still hasn't made their point, he says. They are still trying to up the costs. But a former U.S. intelligence officer focused on Iran told Rule Mark Gerecht told the Washington Post, beneath the public bravado, Iran's leadership is grappling with deep concerns about the war's long-term costs. They're always thinking about internal politics, and they know their disfavor, to put it politely, he said, referring to the anti-government protests recently. Eventually, in a long war, almost nothing's going to really work in Iran, he said. The immense damage caused by thousands of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes would leave Iran's government less capable of addressing existing grievances and could spark new waves of popular unrest. Didn't Iran just execute some of their citizens, says Cami Duda. Yes. on the eve of the recent Nowruz holiday, if I'm pronouncing that right, Iranian state media announced 3 executions, some of the first acknowledged by the government since President Trump claimed to have prevented hundreds from being carried out. Those put to death included Saleh Mohammadi, a member of the country's national wrestling team, who was accused of attacking police during the protests earlier this year. One of our viewers said there were more today. I haven't seen that. I'm not saying it's false. But Iran hung 3 people earlier in the week. CBS News said it was the first hangings that Iran had carried out related to the nationwide protests. Now, President Trump posted about a half hour ago on his Truth Social, but he did not post about the war a half hour ago on his Truth Social. He said, "I don't think we should make any deal with the crazy, country-destroying, radical left Democrats, and until they vote with Republicans to pass the Save America Act, it is far more important than anything else we are doing in the Senate, and that includes giving these same terrible people, the Dems, who are to blame for this mess, a $5 billion cut in ICE funding, a deal which, even when disguised as something else, is unacceptable to me and the American people unless it includes their approval of voter ID with picture, citizenship to vote, no mail-in voting with exceptions, all paper ballots, no men and women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our precious children. Put it all together and also let Leader Thune clearly identify those few Republicans that are voting against America. They will never be elected again. In other words, lump everything together as one and vote. Kill the filibuster and stay in D.C. for Easter if necessary. Make America great again." That was his post from about a half hour ago. Nothing about the war there. If he posts about the war, I'll let you know. I will definitely let you know. Excuse me. Hey, thanks to the Ottawa guy. I appreciate that. The Ottawa guy says a lot of war hawks here in favor of Bibi's war and no, criticizing doesn't make you anti-Semitic. I admire the way he's played Trump like a fiddle, says the Ottawa guy. Thank you also, Miss Curvy. Thank you, Ernesto. I appreciate it, Ernesto, who says, how can Iran be expected to negotiate when we just lie to their faces? There will be no deal. There can be no deal. We will just, isn't it renege on the deal, you're saying? You know, it is a question, though, I've seen this raised, and I understand the point that Ernesto is making is any deal that Iran makes with the U.S., Iran will have to trust the U.S. to stick to it. I don't know if they would trust the U.S. and Israel to stick to a deal. Would they trust Netanyahu and Trump to stick to a deal? I don't know that. Also, obviously, the U.S. and Israel would have to trust Iran. Thank you, Braden Kemp in New Zealand, who says, I did the conversion from New Zealand dollars to USD. We pay over $7 a gallon for gas here. I don't know what the normal price is in New Zealand. Are you saying it's gone up, Braden? The New Zealand Herald said a couple days ago that gas hits $4 a liter in some Auckland suburbs. Stations run out. So I guess it is going up in New Zealand. Thank you, Sobek, for your support. Thank you, Jackie Morgan, for being a member. Thank you, Mercado. Thank you. Thank you, WW94CN, who thinks Iran is out of missiles. Israel's Iron Beam close to breaking the interceptor math. Israel will soon be celebrating like in 1967 and be a full superpower, says WW994. Thank you. Thanks, Susan Ray Silvestri. Thanks, Smooth, SMOOVE, who says contain those coordinating the attacks and the attacks will effectively cease. There are fewer commanders than armaments. Thanks, I am Charlie, who says the world is against Iran, no World War III. Thank you, Dana Comstock. Thank you, LB5967. Yes, we have merch, and mugs are among the merch. Again, the moderators will post a link to all the merch in the chat. Moz, if you can do that, that would be awesome. Thank you. There's a merch page where you can see all the different merch. Links to all the different merch. Thanks, Infinity HD, who asks about what the worst case scenario is. Well, I don't want to, there's all kinds of scenarios you can imagine. But again, it certainly is not, it is certainly very, if the deadline comes and President Trump attacks one or more Iranian power plants, surely Iran will retaliate. And that will all be very escalatory. So that in itself is quite escalatory. And then who knows how bad it gets with that. But even that itself could be quite escalatory. Patricia Grace asked about the best case scenario. Well, best case scenario, I guess, might be that they're secretly negotiating and they announce in an hour that they've reached a deal. I'm not a ceasefire deal. I'm not expecting that, but in theory, it could happen. Thank you again to Infinity HD from Switzerland. The New York Times has an article today, and the headline is Israel thought it could spur rebellion inside Iran. That hasn't happened. The Times says that the head of the Mossad intelligence service in Israel believed that within days of the start of the war, that the Mossad could likely galvanize the Iranian opposition, igniting riots and other acts of rebellion that could even lead to the collapse of Iran's government. And the Times reports that Netanyahu adopted that plan. And they say 3 weeks into the war, an Iranian uprising has not yet materialized. Now, you might not agree with this. The New York Times also says they think that the belief that Israel and the U.S. could help instigate widespread revolt was a foundational flaw in the preparations for the war. You can go read that article at the New York Times. I mean, look, President Trump did say, if you saw him speak the first night of the war, he said, when we're finished, the government will, the country will be yours to take, opposition. That's what he said. It'll be yours to take. It might be the only opportunity you have in generations to take the country. It'll be yours to take. Netanyahu has repeatedly said to the opposition that they will have an opportunity to take over, that they should do it. So that they've said these things. I don't hear Trump talking about that lately, but he did say it. One of the viewers said Trump is having a press conference now. I think you must be watching something that's a replay. I am not in any way aware of any reports whatsoever of President Trump speaking tonight. So I believe you may be watching a replay somewhere. Oil prices right now, by the way, I am seeing it's down a little bit since the market opened. Actually, I'm seeing it's it's kind of the same. WTI crude is up a very small amount, and Brent is down maybe like 0.5%. It's very close to what it was. Not much change in the oil prices since the market opened up about 3 hours ago. Toilet Brush says gold and silver dumped sharply, now recovering a little. Tungsten says, wouldn't a deal with Iran be counterproductive and just kick the problem down the road? It's possible, but maybe both sides end up feeling that a deal is better than the alternative. One of our viewers just mentioned stock markets in Asia. I am seeing in Asia markets, the Japan Nikkei market is down 4.5%. The Nikkei index, Nikkei 225. Just as an example, Hang Seng Hong Kong down like 0.9%. And I'm seeing South Korea Kospi down 6.2%, Taiwan down 2.5%. The headline right now on CNBC is South Korea's Kospi and Japan's Nikkei tumble more than 5% as Trump-Iran threats escalate. So those markets, they say, are reacting to because they were not open when Trump issued his deadline threat. Hang on. Here's an update here from Reuters. Asia shares skid, yields rise as Gulf War escalates. Share markets slid in Asia today on Monday, while U.S. bond yields hit 8-month peaks as the U.S. and Iran traded escalating threats and Israel planned for weeks more fighting, sending oil prices on another roller coaster ride. Iran on Sunday said it would strike the energy and water systems of Gulf neighbors if U.S. President Trump followed through with the threat to hit Iran's electricity grid in 48 hours if they didn't open the Strait of Hormuz, extinguishing any hope of an early end to the war now in its 4th week. A investment expert who Reuters talked to said the war could still go on for many weeks yet and see oil prices rise to, say, $150 a barrel. And the steady destruction of energy infrastructure means it will take longer to get supply back to normal. He said it's also worth noting that past oil shocks unfolded over many months in terms of the rise in oil prices as the full impact became clearer. It was over about 4 months in 1973 and a year in 1979. Analysts at HSBC noted Singapore jet fuel was up 175% this year to a multi-decade high, while Asian liquefied natural gas had climbed 130%. Bunker fuel used in shipping had blown out, raising the cost of transporting goods, while surging fertilizer prices will make food more expensive. That's according to Reuters. Our viewer Random Gaming says, buy the dip. Hey, a quick thank you to some folks. Thank you so much to David Sobel. That's so nice of you, David. David says, is there an accurate timeline for the arrival of the U.S. Marines? No. We don't have an exact timeline for their arrival. That's not public knowledge. I've seen some estimates that the first group from Asia will arrive this week, and then maybe after that at some point, the ones from California. I have no exact time for you. None. That is not public knowledge. But again, I've seen some articles that suggest the ones from Asia could arrive this week. Diane Allworth thinks this time tomorrow we'll know all. We'll know it all. I don't know if we will. I don't know if that. Hey, thanks again, David Sobel. Thank you so much. Yeah, I would like to know a timeline of when the Marines are arriving. I do not know. Thank you also to Braden Kemp from New Zealand. Thanks for all your support. Braden thinks Americans agree on a lot, but it focuses on the hard right or left minority due to lobby groups. Thank you, Braden. Thanks to Michigan Blunder. Thanks, Mega Airhead, for being a member. Thanks to Scott Bedwell. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mercado, who says, could be a very interesting week ahead. Unpredictable, of course. Thanks for all your support, Mercado91. I really appreciate that. A reminder, President Trump's post was at 7:44 p.m. Eastern. So I have set the deadline for 48 hours after that, 7:44 Eastern tomorrow. Thank you, Least Trustworthy Weasel, who says conflict is intentionally fabricated so agenda-based solutions can be implemented, the art of war since the dawn of time. Thank you also to Marc Etienne LaRouche from Canada. Mark thinks Trump wants to steal the midterms with the SAVE Act. Thank you, Mark, for your support. And thanks E1991M and Sharon. Thanks to you both. E1991M and Sharon. Appreciate your support for the channel. Also, Who the Heck over there on Twitch, and Maverick in Mexico on Twitch. "22 hours and 11 minutes. Shout out also to our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street Shaggy, Susan CHF, Notorious Rob, Strong One, Sharkingly. Thank you. Thug Aim, Seed Music, El Toro Fire, Gina Pina, Dilgeworn. Thank you, subscribers on Twitch. Bill Huang, Bretsky, thank you. Cece. There's a new article from The Economist. A couple new articles. We'll have to check that out. One is called Even the Best Case Scenario for Energy Markets is Disastrous. The Economist says. The Economist says, whatever happens, high prices will outlive the war. And this, I think they make a good point here. They say the reason oil prices are not higher now and gas prices is that investors expect flows to resume soon. Investors expect normality by May. But what if that doesn't happen? But interestingly, The Economist says even if Iran today, or even if Iran just says, okay, Trump, we're unblocking the Strait of Hormuz. Even if that happened today, The Economist says global oil and gas markets would remain undersupplied for months, hurting the world economy. The Economist says even if Donald Trump and Iran reached a deal to stop fighting tomorrow, it would be thus another 4 months before markets regained some semblance of normality. They say the implications are stark. Global crude oil stocks on course to end March in the bottom third of their historical range will keep dwindling for weeks after the strait reopens. As countries with thin oil buffers run out, they could trigger bouts of panic buying and price spikes. Bidding wars for liquefied natural gas are equally likely. The last cargoes from Qatar to leave before Hormuz closed will reach Asia and Europe in days. After that, buyers must seek supplies elsewhere or go without, jeopardizing the restocking of reserves for winter. The Economist says oil and gas traders are banking on a spring miracle. The world is praying for one. But even if Trump and Iran's ayatollahs grant this wish, the logistics of oil and gas will not be easily appeased. Energy markets will be living with the war's fallout well into northern winter. And they talk about reasons. You can read the article over there on The Economist for this, but they talk about how a number of Gulf countries have cut their production of oil, and it takes a while to bring that back online. Also, with shipping, there are about 500 vessels stranded in the Gulf. And they talk about how to get all the ships out of the Gulf could take a while for various reasons. And then, ships may be hesitant to be in the area, even if there's some kind of treaty, a ceasefire deal. So there's various structural reasons they talk about in the article for why the impact will be felt for months on the energy market. That's even if there's even if the strait were to open up tomorrow, which is interesting. The Economist also has an article. Donald Trump has 4 bad options for the war in Iran. None is guaranteed to end the war or ease the economic crisis it has produced. And at the end of the article, they talk about the possibility of escalation. They say escalation would be fraught with risk. The Marines who seize Iranian islands would then have to hold the islands, no doubt under regular drone attacks. A raid on Iran's nuclear facilities to, I guess, grab the nuclear material could require commandos to secure hostile territory for days. Gulf states would face even greater peril. Iran has already threatened to strike their power and water desalination plants if Trump hits its electric grid. A raid on Karg Island might lead to bigger strikes on oil and gas facilities in the Gulf. Remember, the Iranian missile attack on Qatar's liquefied natural gas plant on March 18th caused extensive damage, enough that 3% of the world's LNG supply may be offline for up to 5 years. Also, they say, what will Trump do? What will America do with Karg Island if Iran refuses to negotiate a deal for it? They say President Trump has no easy way to finish the war. They talk about how he could try to make a deal. They say neither side is in the mood to make concessions. The Economist says as long as Iran can keep up sporadic attacks on shipping, it can probably keep the strait closed and deny Mr. Trump a victory. Warhand says we will all just have to wait and see and hope for the best. It's Me Q8 says, I doubt we will wait 22 hours based on all the other deadlines when Iran was attacked earlier than promised. Are you saying like when it was last year that Trump said he was giving Iran, he was going to make up his mind about attacking Iran in 2 weeks? I don't know that last year was a clear, I mean, this is a very clear, I'm giving you 48 hours. I don't know that last year with Iran was like that. I think Trump said something like, I'm waiting to make up my mind, not you get this time. I don't know though. I mean, This feels like pretty explicit to not give it 48 hours. I don't know what he'll do, obviously. Noob Sabbath says, thanks God we didn't give him 2 weeks. He could announce an extension. He could announce an extension in 5 minutes if he wants to. By the way, I would encourage you, if you're interested, go read the Economist articles. I'm not reading you the whole article. I mean, a thing I really like about them is they make their points, but they defend their points. They have arguments for their points. So don't think what I'm giving you is the whole article. Go to their site and read their articles if you'd like. But they have arguments for their claims. Hey, thanks so much to Kev Eder. Kev Eder 42, that's really nice of you, who says, we have stopped talking about Iran's economy and civil unrest due to food prices, military spending, now over 50% malnourishment, 57% unemployment, 68% inflation rate might remind us of the context of this war. Thanks. We actually talked about it here about 15, 20 minutes ago. I was reading you an article, and the article talked about how Iranian leaders probably are concerned about the long-term impact of this war and economic impact, the fact that the damage from the war might make it impossible to fill people's needs in an environment where people were protesting, a huge amount of people were protesting just recently. So yeah, I think it's an important point. It would be a reason for them to want to end the hostilities. But probably I would think the regime's biggest concern is regime survival at this point. I can't say what the mood is on the ground among average people in Iran. But I mean, clearly they were having, as you said, obvious economic problems before, and this war certainly does not help that, and certainly is going to hurt that. Their internet's been shut down the entire war, basically. Thank you so much to Kev Etter. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that it's very hard to get reporting out of Iran. They control the media, the government. It's very restricted. The internet has been off basically the entire war. So, I would certainly like to know more about what all the impacts are on the everyday life of Iranian people. I'm sure it's not good, but I don't know that. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Scruff Herder. Mr. Davis and Scruff Herder, thank you. Didn't they say if people protest, they would get killed? Dream Quit says the government representatives have said that during the war. Yeah, I see a number of people dumping on The Economist in the chat and saying it's for liberals and it's this and it's that. I'm just gonna have to respectfully disagree with you. I've been reading The Economist for about for decades, and I might not agree with it always. You might not agree with it, but one thing they do is they really give you detailed arguments for their positions. So I'm just going to have to disagree with you on that. If you're going to claim it's for liberals or it's stupid, I just don't agree with you. Again, you don't have to agree with their conclusions, but they really do go into depth on topics, and they give you and they give you conclusions, and they give their reasoning for it. So you can disagree with it, that's fine. But to say it's stupid or it's just made for liberals, I just think is a total mischaracterization of the magazine. Reuters is reporting that Saudi Aramco, the world's top oil exporter, has cut crude oil supply to Asian buyers in April after the war disrupted trade via the Strait of Hormuz. That's a new report from Reuters. I don't know by how much they cut it. I don't know if that's a surprise that they cut it. I'll have to look into that. I'll keep an eye out for more on that report. Thanks, by the way, to AI5689 from Switzerland, who says Arab countries now urge to go right until the end. Oh, you're saying that there are reports, AI, that Arab countries want the U.S. and Israel to keep the pressure on Iran. It's interesting, though. I mean, I'm sure that Gulf countries, some of the other countries in the region, would like the regime to be weakened. I don't know that the countries in the region want, for example, their energy infrastructure and desalination plants targeted. So I don't know how countries in the region feel about President Trump's threat to start bombing power plants in Iran. I don't know how they feel about it. I'm sure, I'm sure that they would like Iran in theory to be weaker. But at the same time, I'm sure there's great concern about what kind of strikes Iran might launch on them in retaliation for U.S. attacks. It's a good question. Bahrain is reporting sirens. That's a pretty regular thing. This happens multiple times a day in my experience. So I assume there's some sort of Iranian missile or drone attack going on there. I'll let you know what we hear. So they just said that right now. Ariel Oserin said airstrikes are, about 13 minutes ago, said airstrikes are targeting Bushehr in southern Iran now. Now, I'm guessing they're not targeting the nuclear plant in Bushehr, but there is a nuclear plant in Bushehr, nuclear power plant. Bushehr. Right there. There's Bushehr. Then there's the nuclear plant. Now, interestingly, Bushehr is not that far from Karg Island. We've heard about some strikes on Bushehr tonight, strikes on Bandar Abbas down here, which is near the Strait of Hormuz. So you do wonder, are Israel and the U.S. targeting locations on Iran's southern coast in preparation for doing military activities themselves in the Strait of Hormuz, on Karg Island, and so forth? Oh, the IAEA director, the IAEA director is speaking right now. Sorry. Let me put this on. I don't know if she's talking about things in the war right now. IAEA director is speaking. Let me put this up here. Oh, that's not what I want. Let me do this. Hold on. Give me a moment. See if I can get her speaking.
Not Europe. Our freight has to travel very long distances and it runs mainly on diesel. Our uptake of electric vehicles is also relatively slow as well. What are some of the unique challenges that Australia faces in this area, and what can the government be doing about it?
In the area of transportation?
Yes.
That's not the IAEA. So, she was speaking.
Can I give a bit of longish answer to this?
Sorry, she was speaking. I should try to get her speaking before. Let's see. Where is it here? I thought she was speaking. I'm sorry. It's not she. It's a he. It's a he is speaking. That was my first mistake. Fatih Birol. But I wanted to see, I think he made some remarks about the situation in general at the start of this appearance. He is speaking to the National Press Club of Australia. So we don't need to see him specifically speaking about Australia. I mean, there might be people interested in that, but I'm not going to play it. But maybe I'll go back and play if I can play the start of it. I might do that. That might be interesting. I'll grab that. Meanwhile, I'll put Tel Aviv back up. I have the clip. Give me a moment. Why don't we check this out for a second? Let's check it out for a second. Hold on.
Right now, of where have been replied the astonishing war to
Wait.
Are in Australia, on this side of the world, in this.
All right, so it's the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Dr. Fatih Birol, and he was just speaking moments ago, and I believe he spoke about the war. So what I want to do is put this here and just see for a second what he had to say. So this is going to be moments ago. Moments ago. IAEA director.
Time zone, there would have been ample opportunities for you to cancel.
What happened here?
Would have been on ample opportunities for you to cancel, and I guess that would have been understood by many, including us here at the club. Why are you here, and what does it say about the acute energy security exposure of the Asia Pacific that you are here?
Why I am here? So I thought you would be happy that I am here. So.
Trying to turn up the volume. Hold on a moment. I got to turn up the volume.
To come here, in fact, a few months ago, of course, we didn't know how the situation would evolve at that time. And looking at the crisis we are in, Asia is at the forefront of this crisis. I started today with Australia. I am having this event, and afterwards with the Prime Minister. Tomorrow I am flying to Tokyo to meet the Mrs. Prime Minister. Maybe afterwards another Asian country, because this part of the world is at the forefront. So I thought I should come here, consult with our member governments and others, and back to Paris Friday morning for a G7 meeting.
All right, I can imagine the demands on your time are relentless at the moment. Why don't you give us the latest assessment of the situation? Firstly, on the war itself, if you can see through some of the public bluster, many of us can't, but perhaps you can. What do you think the situation is with supplies, with the Strait of Hormuz?
Situation is very severe. I can tell you that. In fact, as it started some 3 weeks ago, I decided not to talk to press 3 weeks. But last Friday, I thought I should say a few things because I thought the depth of the problem was not well appreciated by the decision makers around the world. Let me explain you how challenging the situation is.
And I owe you, hold on. So this is not the IAEA. It's actually interesting. So that was my fault. This is totally my fault. I was assuming it was IAEA. It's IEA, not IAEA. It's not the International Atomic Energy Agency. It's the International Energy Agency. So he's going to talk about the energy situation with the war. So I do apologize. That was my fault. This is the IEA, not IAEA. IEA Director Fatih Birol, International Energy Agency. And he just spoke moments ago. He's talking about the energy crisis, the energy situation with this war. He's about to talk about it. Okay, so let's hear what he has to say. My bad.
Many of us remember the 2 consecutive oil crises in 1970s, 1973 and 1979. And at that time, in each of the crises, the world has lost about 5 million barrels per day. Both of them together, 10 million barrels per day. And after that, we all know that there was major economic problems around the world, the recessions. And today, only as of today, we lost 11 million barrels per day. So more than 2 major oil shocks put together. Plus, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the gas markets, especially in Europe, we lost about 75 billion cubic meters, 75 BCM. And as of now, as a result of this crisis, we lost about 140 BCM, almost twice. So the situation is, if we want to put in a context, this crisis, as things stand now, 2 oil crises and 1 gas crisis put all together. And, if I may, not only oil and gas, some of the vital arteries of the global economy, such as petrochemical, such as fertilizers, such as sulfur, such as helium, their trade is all interrupted, which would have serious consequences for the global economy. It is the reason I decided to make statements, and I understand now it is better understood.
I appreciate you're not a political commentator, but you are an analyst of the situation. You'd be aware that President Trump has issued this public ultimatum to Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face further attacks on power plants, water infrastructure and the like. Do you see any prospects for negotiated, even if only partial, guarantee of safe passage of shipping through that strait?
So I will not make any political or military comments, but you mentioned a few minutes ago what we have done as International Energy Agency in order to comfort the markets. On 11th of March, we released 400 million barrels of oil, which is historic. We have never released so much oil to the markets. And it was not the easiest thing, but we had a unanimous decision of all our member countries. After we announced this, oil prices went down by $18, which is a good reduction. But after the bombings and started, they all went up again. Now we have recently released some demand-side measures, how we can reduce the demand. But what we are doing is to be very frank, to reduce the pain on the economy. The single most important solution to this problem is opening up the Hormuz Strait, as it stands now.
So just on the 400 million barrel release, as you say, prices went down, but they've well and truly come up since then. Brent crude at 112 US a barrel. What can you say about the success of that?
Okay. So, I was showing you a clip. I can show you, I mean, you get the basic idea. Let me just see something here. Hold on. Let me get back to the cameras. If you give me 2 seconds here. Here are our cameras. All right. Now hold on a moment here. Hang on. The IEA, by the way, the International Energy Agency, of which the director was just speaking, that has 32 member countries, including the United States. They provide policy recommendations, analysis, and data on the global energy sector. So he certainly thinks this is a very serious crisis and thinks that what needs to happen is the Strait of Hormuz needs to open up. Give me a moment here. Angelic Slayer thinks it's not opening. Steve Suave says he didn't say how it would open. John Rocker thinks tomorrow all hell will break loose. Those sounds are coming from the Beirut cam, by the way. Leon Soul, our viewer, says this is becoming unreal. I have
that intervention, that release program.
I want to listen to a little more of the IEA director. We're not going to play the whole thing, but I just want to listen to a little more of it. I have him talking some more here from where we left off. Let's hear what he has to say.
Given where prices are and perhaps where they're still to go, was it about price capping or was it about security of supply?
So two things. One, as soon as the information was available about our stock release, it went down by $18. It gave a comfort to the market. Plus, when I announced this, during my announcement, I said, this is only a portion of what we can do. It is only 20% of our overall stocks. If needed, we can put more oil in the markets, both crude oil and products, if it is needed. So therefore, again, our stock release will help to comfort the markets, but this is not the solution, it will only help to reduce the pain on the economy. So,
okay, well, 10, 11 days have passed since that announcement. Are you mobilising for further releases? Do you see conditions are necessary for further releases?
Now, currently, I am consulting with the governments, as I said, in Asia, in Europe. I am on a daily basis in contact with the colleagues in North America and in Middle East, with Saudi Arabia and others, as well as other major consuming countries such as India and China. We will see, we will look at the markets. If it is necessary, of course, we will do it. But we will look at the conditions, we will analyze, assess the markets and discuss with our member countries.
So what might be a trigger for that, in that making of the decision on what is necessary? Is it a price benchmark? We are hearing estimates, and you are too, from Saudi Arabia, if this drags on into April, of hitting $150. Others comfortably predicting $120. What's the level at which a further intervention might be required?
I wouldn't quote any specific price level, but I have to discuss with my member governments and make a good assessment of the markets, and then I will move afterwards.
Many countries are starting to adopt defensive positions on their own fuel stock holdings presently for different reasons. Iraq has declared contractual force majeure on supplies from some of its plants. China, at least until the end of March, has put a pause on exports of petrol, diesel and jet fuel. Do you view this as an expanding trend from major importers and refiners?
I see that there is a growing problem in Asia, immediate problem in Asian countries, and this issue, especially in the context of products, diesel and jet fuel, we will feel it more and more in Europe and beyond. It is coming true, of course. Again, countries have their stocks. We have our stocks, and we are incentivizing many countries who have refineries to move faster than they normally do. And we are talking with the countries who are oil exporters, but not in this region, to increase the oil production. I can give you two examples. One of them is Canada. Talking with the Canadian minister, they have postponed some of the main.
All right, so I just wanted to play some of this. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but that was the director of the International Energy Agency talking about, giving some analysis of the energy crisis going on. And I want to mention, hang on a moment here, that as they periodically do, Israel announced a few minutes ago that they are conducting strikes in Tehran. They say the IDF has begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting Iranian terror regime infrastructure in Tehran. That is a regular occurrence that they announced during the war. But there are reports now of strikes going on in Tehran and elsewhere in Iran. Israeli strikes going on. So I'll keep an eye out for updates about that. By the way, a quick thanks to John Donahue Q8M, who says, why isn't the UN involved? So what the UN does is it's up to the UN is made up of its member countries, and it's up to the countries in the UN to decide about what to do about anything. So, for example, if the Security Council is going to do something, well, I think it's, 5 different countries with the veto, and U.S. has a veto and Russia has a veto. So might be tough for the UN to agree, for the countries in the, it's not separate from the countries. It's the countries, when they vote on stuff, the different countries vote. So might be tough to get agreement among UN members to carry out some kind of, do something in a unified way. I'm not aware how many Security Council, I feel like we've shown maybe a couple weeks ago Security Council meetings on this situation. I don't know when the last one was. I understand the question. Which is, well, can the UN get involved to stop what's going on? But for example, I believe the UN Security Council is the part of the UN which is tasked with stopping conflict, right? Yes, the UN Security Council, I'm looking at their webpage, has the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. It has 15 members and 5 permanent members. I believe the 5 permanent members have a veto. But one of the permanent members is the US. And another permanent member is Russia, and another one's China and the UK and France. So probably it might be difficult for the permanent members to agree on something regarding this war. Yes, the 5 permanent members have a veto power. Okay, thank you to John Donahue. I appreciate that. But I mean, you might think if the goal of the UN Security Council is, in the UN in general, is to promote peace, United Nations Charter, we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. That's literally the start of the United Nations Charter. A fundamental purpose is to promote peace. But again, the United Nations isn't just some other organization besides the countries in the world. It's just made up of the countries in the world. So the only way it can agree to do something is if the various countries in the United Nations agree. But I understand you saying, well, there's a war going on. They're about preserving peace. So in theory, that could be an avenue to help promote peace. But again, it is the countries that compose it. DRK Alien thinks the UN is useless as we've seen in practice. Kestal Lindo says all 5 permanent members have to agree to get anything passed. Literally, the number 1 purpose of the United Nations in their charter, Article 1, the purposes of the United Nations are to maintain international peace and security. Number 2 is develop friendly relations among nations. Thank you to AI from Switzerland for your support, who thinks Gulf countries are more frightened of what would happen if the war ends too soon. That's what AI thinks. I haven't heard any Gulf countries asking to stop the strikes. That's what AI thinks. Again, I don't know how the Gulf countries think about Trump's deadline and saying he's going to bomb Iranian power plants in about 21 hours if they don't open the strait, given that Iran has said that they're going to respond by retaliating against energy and water infrastructure across the Gulf. So who knows what they're saying to the U.S. and how they're feeling? I don't know. That's my opinion. CHF thinks Gulf countries are more frightened of what would happen if the war ends too soon. Thank you. Sorry, not CHF. AI from Switzerland. Thank you, AI. Thank you also, Ellen, for your support. Ellen says Professor Glenn Deason interviews Professor Syed Marandi daily from Iran on YouTube. There's internet. I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to check it out. Ellen says there's intermittent internet service in Iran. Well, for internet, I'm not there. I defer to NetBlocks, which specializes in reporting about internet being down in various countries and internet blackouts. They said earlier today, after 528 hours, Iran is entering a 23rd day isolated from the world as the regime-imposed internet blackout continues its 4th week. The measure adds to the wartime distress of millions of civilians who lack independent sources of information and alerts. So, again, I'm not on the ground there. I can't speak about people having Starlink and people getting through and whatever. That's what they say about it. Thank you so much to Ellen. I really appreciate it, Ellen. Thank you. If I get a chance, I will, after the broadcast, check out the video you recommended. Thank you also to The Weather Buff. The Weather Buff says, fill your tanks, get a few weeks supply of food and water, keep your phones and electronics charged, and get some battery packs. Thank you also Mercado91, who says, hopefully soon the Iranian people are free to prosper and enjoy a free life the way they should be allowed to, where women don't have to cover their hair. Thank you so much to Mercado. Thanks also to TechSlug on Twitch. Shout out to all of our moderators. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body moderating over there. Andrea Holder training as a mod. Thank you. Paul Anderson and Margaret Riley. Big thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Over on YouTube. Ruth is there. Thank you, Ruth. Moderating, really appreciate it. 21 hours and less than 17 minutes until the Trump deadline. Soon I will need to make some food I have not eaten. Daisy Clementine Love says, I don't think the UN works at all. Again, this is literally the reason the UN was formed, to keep peace between nations. If you look at the UN website, it says, as World War II was about to end in 1945, nations were in ruins and the world wanted peace. Representatives of 50 countries gathered at the United Nations Conference on International Organization in San Francisco. For the next 2 months, they proceeded to draft and sign the UN Charter, which created a new international organization, the United Nations, which it was hoped would prevent another world war like the one they had just lived through. Noel Gillen says right now Iran has no leadership. It is an open question right now how much the supreme leader is actually leading. He has not appeared publicly at all, or even in recordings, since he was named the supreme leader. Some speculate he might not be alive. I personally find it a bit hard to believe they'd appoint a dead person, but who knows? He has not been publicly seen or heard from since the war started. Remember, his father, the previous supreme leader, was killed at the start of the war. Waterblade says, why would he make a public appearance? He would be killed. Flembus, yes, it has been reported he was injured. I believe the U.S. government official intelligence, if I remember that right, is that they consider that he was injured. 44 says, one says, nor should he for security reasons. Thanks so much to TJ Sider for the memberships. I appreciate that. TJ Sider, thank you. N12 says Iran reports a residential building was bombed and collapsed in an attack in the city of Urmia in the northwestern part of the country. It claims searches are underway for those trapped under the rubble. I cannot personally confirm that. My guess is that if that has happened, then Iran might put video out of it. I'm not sure. I will keep an eye out. Let me check Iranian media. What are they saying? Oh, I already see it. Tasnim State Media says that there was a strike on a residential building. They have some video of rescuers at the building. In Urmia, they said. Urmia, by the way, is Urmia, Iran. Where's Urmia? No, Urmia here. Urmia, Iran. In western Iran. All right, here's what I need to do. We're going to keep the stream going. I have not eaten yet. I haven't eaten yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some food in the air fryer right now. Take 5 minutes and do that. 5 minutes or so and do that. And then come back. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. I really appreciate everybody who's here for the coverage. So just hang on a second here. Okay, give me a moment, and give me a couple minutes, and I will be right back, and we'll have more coverage. Thank you for your patience. I am making some food. And less than 21 hours until President Trump's deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. Less than 21 hours now. Iran state media, a little bit early, about 15 minutes ago, was it 15 minutes ago? No, about 45 minutes ago. So about Israel announced that Israel announced about half an hour ago that they were carrying out a wide-scale wave of strikes in Tehran. And Iran state media has been reporting some strikes. I've been seeing some other reports online, unconfirmed, of strikes. But again, more airstrikes overnight going on in Iran. Actually, it's right now, it's about 6:15 Iran time right now, 6:18. And I appreciate people being here. We're going to have more coverage for you. By the way, quick thanks to Jesus UCSB and G2TFL for the memberships. Thank you, G2TFL. Also, Melody CJ, who says, I'd rather hear birds than bombs. Also, Bass 3003, who says, asked about the war crimes angle. Maybe we can talk about that after I eat. Some of our viewers think it might be a war crime if President Trump were to bomb power plants. I am not an international law expert, but I can see if I can look up some stuff about it. It's an interesting question. I don't know if that's what you're asking about. Maybe after I eat. Thank you, Bass 3003. Our viewer WTX Railfan thinks it's another war the U.S. can't win. You'd think we'd learn after all the other failures. JS1 says, what percentage of Iranian forces have been eliminated? That I can't tell you. I mean, clearly a lot of their navy has been eliminated, but that wasn't seen as a big threat to the U.S. anyway. It sounds like a bunch of their missiles have been eliminated, but they're still launching missiles every day and drones at Israel and other countries. So, Iran is not going to try to take the U.S. and Israel on in a straight military fight. So, one big question is, what kind of ability do they still have to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz? And they don't need, that can be done with things like mines, with drones, with missiles maybe they can shoot from the coast that don't require a lot of setup. I don't know if if the U.S. decides to try to take Karg Island, for example, if there would even be a lot of resistance initially to it, or would they wait and just, once the U.S. gets on the island, start, firing missiles and drones at the island? I don't know. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. I'm not aware that the U.S. has taken out enormous numbers of Iranian troops. I haven't seen any kind of reports suggesting they've taken out a huge percentage of Iranian troops. I haven't seen the U.S. or Israel claim that they've done that. But I personally do not know. I wonder if, I do wonder if we'll get to the deadline tomorrow and it'll just, will President Trump, post something before the deadline, extending the deadline, for example, or will we actually make it to the deadline and it'll be like, let's see what happens? I don't know. Has it been pretty quiet? Well, not in Iran. There's still a number of airstrikes going on in Iran that we've been hearing about on and off. I believe on Sunday there were around 10 different missile alerts in Israel. I'm not aware of any kind of direct hits on Sunday that caused anything close to the damage of the 2 missile hits on Saturday. I think since we've been on the air, there's maybe been one missile alert in southern and central Israel, where there was no injuries from that. Oh, I'm seeing this. And some kind of arson attack reported in London. Hold on a second here. I just saw this from PM Breaking News. Who I follow. PM Breaking News said there's reporting that there's multiple Hatzalah ambulances on fire in London. Is that true? I don't know. It's like a Jewish emergency medical service. I don't have a really reliable sourcing on it right now. That there's a couple of unconfirmed reports floating around online claiming that a number of ambulances from a Jewish medical organization in London have been set on fire. I don't really see great sourcing on that, so I will certainly keep an eye out to see what I hear about it. I don't really feel comfortable with the sourcing right now. So I'll let you know if I get it. I'm assuming if it's true, we'll get better sourcing on it. But I'm just not seeing a lot of sourcing on it right now. Thanks, by the way, to Shaft for the memberships. That's so nice of you, Shaft. Thank you. Also, Josh Barnes. Thank you, Josh Barnes. I think I just answered your question, Josh, but thank you. Also, G2TFLATOTGTIL. That's so nice of you. Who sees President Trump's deadline statement as a chess move. Iran's reply was pre-calculated, he or she says. Trump's objective is to knock out Iran's power plants to facilitate U.S. Special Forces nighttime operations that could reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That's what G2TFL thinks. Thank you so much for your support, G2TFL. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support of the channel. Oh, where's this? No, that's not new. That's not new. I think people around the world are going to be waiting for this deadline as it approaches. Give me about 15 more seconds, sorry. feels like it could be a, well, we don't know how it's going to play out, but it could be a huge moment in this war. Delirio says, what kind of operation could open the strait? It's a great question. It's a great question. How can you, what kind of operation will, we've talked about that earlier, would prevent Iran from firing on ships, going through the strait at a distance? The UAE says they are currently responding to a missile threat. Remember, there's not a line of Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are blocking the strait literally. What's blocking the strait is that ships do not want to go through the strait because Iran has attacked ships there and in surrounding waters. And they've shown they have the capability and willingness to do such attacks. The UAE says they're dealing with missiles and drones coming from Iran. That happens every so often. That's not rare during this war that they say something like that. Hang on a moment here. Snarf Maru says Iran is nothing. All right, in a minute or so, I'm going to eat, and then I'll come back after I eat. Our viewer, Lee Rocamore, thinks we are watching Iranian troop movements around the power plants. Getting them to come out so we can strike sounds like a bait move, always steps ahead. Oh, thanks. Our viewer, I forget what her name is, Law Search, mentioned that London's fire services said they were responding to an incident in Golders Green neighborhood, which is where, again, there's unconfirmed reports of some ambulances from a Jewish group set on fire in London. Unconfirmed reports floating around online. I'll post about that. Maybe I'll repost. Seeing a number of unconfirmed reports claiming this. I'll keep an eye out for more on that. Were several ambulances belonging to a Jewish group set on fire in London? I don't know for sure. I'm seeing a number of unconfirmed reports. But I will keep an eye out. So I'm going to go eat. I'm going to leave the stream on. I will keep an eye out for what's happening while I'm eating. If there's some huge development, I can stop eating and rush right in here. Otherwise, I will come back in after I eat and we will continue to live stream. Okay? So again, I appreciate people being here. And I will leave the chat on and the stream on. So let me eat. Let me eat and I will come back a little bit. See. Well, you know what? It's so stupid. I had the Tel Aviv at some point I accidentally paused the Tel Aviv cam. Looks like, or did it? Oh, the Tel Aviv cam might have stopped actually. That might have. Let's see. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Make sure it's. Well, I don't know. Might have stopped. Let me do this. Make sure it's live again. Now that's live. That is live. I double checked. Live, live, live. All of them are live. Hey, thanks JT Penman for being a member. All right, let me go eat. I'm coming back shortly. Oh, thanks, Bones782. I really appreciate it, Bones782 on Twitch. Thanks to our moderators. I'll be back shortly, and I'll keep an eye on what's going on while I'm eating. But back shortly for more coverage. Thank you for your patience. Oh, you know what I didn't do? You know what I didn't do? Hold on. I'm hearing two of myself. One moment. We're bringing you live coverage again of the war in the Middle East. We are less than 20 hours now until President Trump's deadline. Less than 20 hours. If Iran doesn't fully open the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? I've heard nothing about the Strait of Hormuz opening at this point. I'll tell you that. Thanks, Brilliant Leader on Twitch, by the way, and Bones782. And also, I owe a thanks to, over on Facebook, Maria Graciela Cordero and Michael Fergal and David Brazier and Kristen McConnell Gates. I've had people in the chat tonight keep saying there are blackouts in Iran. I have not seen a single report of a blackout in Iran. I'll let you know if I see it. I follow all kinds of Middle Eastern news. I haven't seen a single report of it. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where those reports are coming from because I haven't seen them. I'll let you know. I'll certainly let you know. But I follow a lot of Middle Eastern news outlets. I haven't seen a single report of it. By the way, also thank you so much towards Bob Pacheco. Bob made a contribution towards marine traffic. A couple of viewers had made donations because they want me to get the like the professional the what is it, the higher tier of marine traffic. I may need to do it. By the way, thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel and Nino NPC. Nino says, I believe Trump wants out of this war, but I think he's compromised. That's what Nino says. Nino wants there to be Democrats in the House in the midterms. That's what Nino, our viewer, said. Thanks again, Bob Pacheco. What I might do, let's see, hold on a second. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Where is hang on. One moment. Trying to find this one thing. I am trying to find this one thing, and I can't find it. I know it's here. Here's what I think we're going to do. Let's see here. Bear with me for one more minute. For one more minute, please bear with me. Okay, here's what we did. Because people wanted, some people wanted us to do the marine traffic, like the professional level plan. Did I do this right? Let's see. So what I did is, well, the way they have it is when you sign up, they give you a week trial. So I've now signed up, And if we like it, I'll just pay for it once the week ends. That's the way they do it. So what I can show you now, so thanks to those who contributed for it. So what I can show you now is I should be able to do you a, let's go to marine traffic, marinetraffic.com. Marine analytics and ship tracking marine analytics provider. So there is the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, 4 minutes. Look at how, see, everything's updated. See, everything's updated now. 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago. Because we have, some of these aren't updated. But I can do the playback. So some of these should be more updated than they were before. 4 minutes ago. I think I'm getting more updated locations of the ships. But I can also do playback now. So if we do playback, all in area, date range yesterday, play. Okay, this is the last day, previous day, but what I want to do is go a little faster. How do I control the speed? All right, I'm going to play the whole day. This is the whole day of the previous 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if I can speed it up anymore. That's as fast as it goes. All right, we're about it's about an hour every 15 seconds or so. So we're about a quarter of the way through the day. Hey, there's one, look at, there's that one boat. What's with this? The Star Camilla is moving. All right, that's about a third of the way through the day. Can I move the clock? Settings. No, I don't think I can move the clock. Hold on, I pause it. Vessels Fleet Demo. I was trying to move where the clock is so you could see it. The clock is at the bottom. But again, it's about a third of the way through the day, and I'm just showing you the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. Glory Light 16 is moving, somebody said. Where? I'll have to look it up. We can go back. All right, at this point, it's like about halfway through the day, halfway through the 24 hours. Hey, there's a ship called Mida. You have to look at that one too. Mida, which is moving this way. Again, this is very much spread up. It's very sped up. It's about 15 seconds of real time for each hour of 15 seconds of watch time for each hour of real time. Did we see any ships that actually went through? I don't know that we did. You can see most of them are just sitting there. In terms of the colors, I have to look that up. The different colors. Oh, maybe the colors is speed. I think, is colors speed? I don't know if that's the case. That doesn't really make much sense. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. So, as we've been looking at the last 24 hours, you can clearly see that hardly anything is moving near the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, there's one, bright gold. Look at bright gold. This is about 3 hours ago now. It's the last few. Look at bright gold. What's bright gold doing? This is almost caught up to real time. Almost caught up to the present. All right, hold on. We'll have to look up Right Gold. All right, we made it. That's it. That's the current. That's current time. All right, so we'll check that again. We're going to go look. But before we do that, we're going to study that some more. President Trump just posted this. Peace through strength, to put it mildly. That's what he just posted. Peace through strength, to put it mildly. 13 minutes ago. Interpret that as you will. Spook says, so bombs or troops? I don't know. Oak Ghost says, so big combat operation coming? Paula Thompson says, what does that even mean? All right, hold on a moment. So that happened. I'm seeing a report, a couple of claims online that a plane hit a fire truck at LaGuardia. I'm seeing some claims about this online. So let's see what we can find out about that. Is that on the scanner? Hang on, I got to look this up. There's some unconfirmed reports online that a plane collided with a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport in New York. So let me look up something here. Is it on? Do they have a scanner or not? I don't see a lot of people listening to a scanner. Nope. No Queens County scanners. No, it's not. It doesn't say there was a plane crash. I haven't seen that a plane crashed. I don't know the exact details, but I haven't seen that, reporters. A plane collided with a vehicle. Moshe Schwartz posted a photo. Wow. Seeing unconfirmed reports of this. Moshe Schwartz, who I follow, posted a video that appears to show a plane on the runway that's like tilted up. I got to get the sound off. So it sounds like there may have been some kind of incident at LaGuardia Airport. Oh, AZ Intel posted there's the new Area 51 report posted like an air traffic audio. Hold on, let me listen to this myself. What am I seeing here online? AZ Intel posted some ATC audio from the new area. So I'll post a link in the chat after I listen to it. Let me just listen to it here. Hold on. One moment. So I will post a unconfirmed air traffic audio of this incident. AZ Intel posted it. The new Area 51 posted it. Unconfirmed. Again, it seemed, I don't know if the plane was taxiing and it hit. Was it flying? Or was it flying in? I don't even know. It's confusing. Hearing about this incident at LaGuardia, possibly between a plane and a truck. Any chance that, again, there's not a Queens scanner. Is there a FDNY scanner we could put on? What in the world? Hold on. Is this live?
Double 09, clear 455.
I don't know if this scanner is going to even give it. This is broadcast scanner from Broadcastify.
R23 Dave, can you show me responding to box 0037?
10-4, the time now 0009, dispatcher 467.
Let me put something on the screen. Scanner via broadcastify.com. So we're talking about this apparent incident at LaGuardia Airport in New York involving a plane and a truck, possibly. And I have the scanner on for whatever. I don't know if we're going to hear anything. And I'm trying to get more information here.
8, Atkins 260. Engine 88 acting 260.
Send accommodation to the quarters to engine 262 over the MDT, please.
Hang on. There's a TikTok video that AZ Intel found. Hang on. I'm going to post this in the chat right now. AZ Intel found a TikTok video. Hang on.
Disney thinks that
Whoa. Again, it looks like
Queens, proceed with your relay, K.
a plane. Why is it on
Second
its...
alarm box 0037 at LaGuardia Airport for Yellow Lane at Marine Terminal for airplane collision. Battalion 49, progress report number 4, reports Air Canada plane collided with an LaGuardia Airport PAPD Fire Department vehicle. 60 passengers on plane. Report received on Citywide at 0011, dispatcher 467.
Air Canada plane collided with a LaGuardia fire vehicle, they said.
Ladder 55 active, ladder 136 to Queens. Ladder 55 active 136. Ladder 55 10-8 136 is response area. Down 4. Engine 60 acting 289 to Queens. Engine 60 acting 289. Makeup box 1037 code 4. Patient was already transported to the hospital via EMS before our arrival, okay? Top 4.
All right, so we're giving you some updates on this.
Engine 248.
48.
Use caution for an assault. PD's notified. They're responding.
48, 10-4.
0013, dispatcher 286.
That's what the scanner said, right? Scanner said an Air Canada plane
To Brooklyn.
collided with a LaGuardia fire truck.
Box 1039, 1835. Systems offline. Units in the process, 3810-8.
0013, dispatcher 286.
I'm just temporarily changing the title here.
Italian 5-1, please. Italian 5-0. At A17, we shut the gas to the stove in apartment 5. Tap 4. Hello, 14, Queens 455. Modified by Anderson Avenue, West 162 Street to West 164 Street. Alarm activation, Department 1 Adam. Show alarm box 2354. Modified 9 Anderson Avenue, West 162 Street to West 164 Street. Alarm activation, Department 1 Adam. That's 0015, dispatch 196. Italian 46. 10-8 from 4475.
So
10-446.
I will post again in the chat. There's a video
0015, Queens 455.
that AZ Intel found, and you can look at the video and you'll see the plane in the video apparently. Hold on one second here. Okay, so again, we're bringing you the latest updates on the war in the Middle East, but it certainly appears that a plane has hit a fire truck. Oh, here we go. Flight Radar 24 also says it too. Flight Radar 24. New York's LaGuardia Airport is currently closed after an arriving Air Canada Express collided with a ground vehicle. Okay, so we're covering both of these things right now. I do have the scanner on. I don't know how much we're going to hear. And
On your frequency response to the airport, transport Super Papa 1K. 104238.
yeah, I'm seeing a photo online, and it looks like the photo suggests a bunch of damage to the front of the plane, but I don't know if that's I can't verify the photo. Thanks for some viewers have been sending me this photo, which I can't verify. But it does look, I've seen several videos now of the plane and photos where like the plane is sticking up. If you go to my X account and you scroll down, you'll see it.
23810-4. 018 Queen 455. Marine Battalion to Queens. Marine Battalion. Marine Battalion, Marine 6, 1084, box 37. 10-4, Marine Battalion, Marine 6.
Oh, hold on a second. Give me one more second. I am trying to find out more information. This is at LaGuardia Airport.
Station 92, okay. 92. 92, just got a message from EMS for a possible violent EVP. Just use caution. Please got it. 92, could you 10-5 that message? EMS just sent us a message. Possible violent EVP on the scene. PD does have it.
That's the Bronx. Not all of this is Queens, by the way.
92, 10-4.
Hold on a moment here. We've heard some stuff on this feed about it. Citizen is saying that 4 critically injured firefighters. That's on the Citizen app. That's what the Citizen app is claiming about this. I don't know if that's true. The Citizen app is claiming that there are at least 4 critically injured firefighters from this incident.
There's a little 2-1 to special flight 6.
So again, I'm looking at the Citizen app right now.
Engine 68 to the Bronx.
And it says
Engine 68, okay.
at least 4 critically injured firefighters.
38-1. F4, engine 68. Marine 6 to Queens. Marine 6. If you put us back on 0037, please. All right, top
4. The Citizen app claims that responders say 1 civilian is dead. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay. The Citizen app.
Car 8K.
Car 8 is 1084, box 37.
Is now reporting
Top 4.
that, hold on.
Low 22, Queens 455.
Give me a moment. The Citizen app is now reporting that 1 civilian is dead while 2 firefighters are confirmed hurt, 1 critical and 1 moderately injured. I'm looking at the app. All right, so I can't confirm that. But again, I can see the app and it says it on the app. So for whatever that's worth, again, it's breaking news. So we don't know for sure what's going on, but I'm just passing that along. Let me do this. Air Canada plane collides with fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. Okay, it's like a second headline. We'll keep the other stuff.
Box 4475.
What's going on with this?
Do you have a relocator? Send them home.
Why is this all weird?
Top 452. Low 25, Queens 455.
Why did this get all screwed up?
Ladder 113 in Brooklyn.
Ladder 113.
Can you get us a 10-7? We don't have an 1830 Bedford.
We do have number 7.
Sorry, guys. I know it's confusing and people are probably writing to me. I'm just trying to get you as much information as I can. But again, the reports, we heard a report on the scanner that said a Air Canada plane hit I believe it was an airport fire truck. And
2 box 2722, make it 1019 for 1037 code 3. We're going to take some time to decon document.
I'm going to post a link.
0026 hours, dispatch 317.
I don't own the video, so I am posting the video in the chat, and I have reposted the video on my X account, which is linked to the top, which is pinned to the top of the chat. So you should be able to find it there. But it does show a jet passenger plane. It's like up on its rear wheels, pointing up. It's somehow back on its rear wheels, and it's got a bunch of damage on the front. The Citizen app is now saying 2 people dead. Citizen app, 2 dead in
113.
plane
1031, you can go.
fire truck crash at LaGuardia Airport. That's what the Citizen app is saying. Hang on. Bear with me for a second, guys. So an unconfirmed report of 2 dead in this incident at LaGuardia Airport. Unconfirmed.
Sign cluster box 9533, 67-45 Groton Street, 68 Avenue, Yellowstone Boulevard, automatic alarm, private dwelling. Sign cluster box 9533, 67-45 Groton Street, 68 Avenue, Yellowstone Boulevard, automatic alarm, private dwelling. 0028, Queen 455.
So I know people are sending me messages. Please bear with me. I'm sorry we can't. I want to cover both things, but there's some information coming in, obviously breaking developments with the plane crashing into the fire truck at LaGuardia Airport in New York. And let me actually go to Flight Radar 24 and show you where the plane is. AC 8646. And again, we're still covering the war. Okay, here is, let me just put up on the screen the plane here. Oops, that's not it. I think this is it right here. Is this today? Is this today? I don't know.
1019 on box
It's the right plane.
1019 on 3591.
Today is the 23rd. Yeah, 23rd. Well, this says 22nd to 23rd. Landed 11:37. Landed 11:37 on the 22nd. This would be the plane right here. So it was Montreal to New York, according to according to Flight Radar 24. This is where I got that information from. And you can see the plane lands and so it looks like, if this is accurate, it looks like it was taxiing after it landed. But I don't know that. Maybe it hit while it was flying down the runway. I don't know the exact circumstances. But it is a plane that crashed into a fire truck. I don't know how, if that path is accurate on the Flight Radar 24, the final taxiing path. So but again, the airport is closed. I don't have a live stream at the moment to show you for it. If I do, I'll certainly get it up on the air for you. Now, Citizen app is saying responders are diverting critically injured individuals to other trauma centers for treatment. I have posted a video of the plane. On my X account. On my X account.
Class 3 box 2913, Terminal 12. 1662 Vice Avenue. East 174 Street, East 173 Street for all back home. That's 0032, dispatcher 496. In the Bronx. That 4 beside there. That's 0033, dispatcher 496.
Yeah, people have sent me some photos. Again, I don't own the rights to the photos, but you do see an Air Canada plane with its nose up in the air and heavy damage at the front of the plane. Is like the nose missing from the plane? I mean, that's the thing, is it almost looks like in the photos I've seen that the nose might be, basically destroyed. But I don't know that. I'm going to post a link with some photos, guys. The Daily Mail has an article with photos in it, and I just posted a link in the chat to the Daily Mail article where you can see a photo of the plane there on its back, tilted up. Mr. Stealth thinks there's quite a bit of the front missing.
For line 1. That's 3 box 2785, Terminal 2. 1550, Cortona Park East. Charlotte Street, Suburban Place, for all 911. That's 0034, dispatcher 496.
Engine 9 to Bahrain.
Engine 9.
Box 202. Can we get a 107 or a better address? 64 to the Bronx.
Engine 64, okay.
At 10-7 or better location. We checked the expressway going towards the bridge in our direction. We have nothing. We're at exit 9.
Stand by 6-1. Engine 9, is that address no good? 10 Catherine Street? Or is there no answer at 7 Frank?
There's no 10 Catherine slip.
Stand by, I'll have to check back with EMS.
Oh, by the way, I have a typo here, I think. Give me a second. Do I have a typo on the screen? Sorry, it's maybe I don't. Oh no, there's no space, but there is no typo. I apologize. It's LaGuardia with no space between the LA and the G. Again, trying to cover both things because I know people want coverage, obviously, of the war. Obviously, people want... okay, hold on.
From exit 9.
Citizen says...
Heading towards the rough there.
Citizen says 67 minor injuries. I think I'm going to turn off the scanner.
Through to Queens, okay?
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
Rescue 3.
Wait.
Rescue 3 is 10-8, switch back to the front, okay?
Citizen app... The Citizen app says 67... I'm turning off the scanner. It's just getting in the way of everything. I'm turning off the scanner for the moment. The Citizen app says 67 minor injuries, 2 moderate injuries, 1 serious injury. But they also said, now they've deleted did they delete the part about the dead people? Let's see. No, before they said 1 civilian is dead. And then they said 2 people are dead. So again, all of this is unconfirmed right now. All of it's unconfirmed. I'm sorry, it's confusing. The scanner, we were barely hearing anything about it, and it's just confusing. So I'm going to turn the scanner off for the moment. But if I get any live shot from this, again, this is an accident at LaGuardia Airport. Flight radar 24 says the last recorded ground speed was 21 knots. So that suggests it wasn't like it had landed and it was taxiing. If it's 21 knots, what's that, about 23 miles an hour? I mean, I'm not trying to minimize it, but what I didn't know is, did it literally just land or something? So it looks like it had landed and slowed down some. Coming off of landing, as the Knights Palace says. That's what it looks like. So about 20 miles an hour, about 25 miles an hour or something like that. Okay. So again, on the Citizen app, they have said that Citizen says at least 2 people are dead. I don't know if that's people who are on the fire truck. And I have posted on my X account video showing the plane. I will post that link again in the chat. And I'm sorry for the confusion here, because I know people are looking for information about both the war and the plane crash. So just trying to get you some update. I mean, the plane crash is obviously breaking right now. If I see any big news about the war while we're doing this, I will certainly pass it along. And to repeat, the plane was, according to Flight Radar 24, the plane was moving at 21 knots, which is about 24 miles an hour. This was a passenger plane, and you can see this right here is from Flight Radar 24. It shows the plane, and it did land at LaGuardia coming from Montreal. I don't know exactly where it hit this fire truck. Matt Talmer mentioned that Evergreen Intel said, I have grave concerns for the plane's pilots, anybody in those front seats as well. That's what Evergreen Intel said. Thanks, Matt. Again, this does look like that the front of the plane might have run into the fire truck. So I'm looking at a photo of the plane online, and it says Express at the bottom, and then there's a maple leaf. Then there's like 1 or 2 seats in front of the maple leaf. Now, when I look at a photo of the accident, I can see where it says Express. Yeah, so just eyeballing it, I know you can't see what I'm looking at. When I look at the photo of the plane on the runway, it looks to me like there's damage, but you can see every window before basically you get to that front cockpit part. I think you can see maybe every window before the front door, and then you can't see. I think if I'm looking at this right, and if the picture I'm looking at is right, if the pictures I'm looking at are accurate pictures of the plane before and the plane after, it looks to me like you can't see that. Some of the door you can maybe make out, right? It's that the front door is right around where the damage is, and then you don't see the cockpit. Basically, you don't seem to see the cockpit, although there's a bunch of debris hanging off the front of the plane. So it does look like the cockpit. I mean, if the photos I am seeing are accurate photos, it does look like the cockpit suffered severe damage. So, again, I'm sorry for the confusion because we're kind of covering both things, but I wanted to be able to bring you updates on both things. So we'll keep giving you updates on both things. Hang on. Somebody sent me a video, but I don't know if that person took that. Yeah, if somebody sends me something to show, I got to be able to verify where you got it, because I can't show stuff I don't have the rights to. A bunch of people are sending me photos. Somebody sent me is there a live cam at the airport? Hold on, what are people sending me here? Yeah, I'm trying to go through some of the messages people have sent me. Somebody said they sent me something that was like a government website or something. I can't show a live cam, though, if it's a private live cam. I don't own the live cam. It's got to be, you know, like a government thing or something like that. Okay, well, I'll keep looking. Yeah, I mean, again, I've posted photos and videos on my X account, which is pinned in the chat. Yeah, I don't own the rights to the audio of the incident as well. The air traffic Live ATC owns its audio. All right. So again, what I can tell you is that the Citizen app is claiming that at least 2 people are dead. And they're also claiming that 1 serious injury, 2 moderate, and 67 minor. And of course, there could be other people injured too. That's all unconfirmed right now. I don't know how many people are in critical condition. I just don't know. It's confusing. I don't have a live shot of it. It's very little reporting on this right now. Very little reporting on this. I haven't even seen reports from like the New York TV stations. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at New York TV stations and I'm not seeing reporting on it. I mean, it happened. It clearly happened. I just went to... I literally have gone to the websites of all 4 major New York City TV stations, and there's not a single mention of it on their websites. New York Post says, I'm going to post a link. The New York Post has some photos. I just posted it in the chat. If you go to nypost.com, you can see videos there. They say the collision happened as the plate was heading to a gate as heavy weather hit the area. It crashed into a fire truck. So again, the New York Post, you can, I just posted a link. You can go there and see it, see the pictures right there. By the way, the Israeli Defense Force just said they have launched a widespread wave of attacks against the infrastructure of the Iranian terrorist regime in Iran and in Tehran. So that's similar. Several hours ago, they said the same thing. So apparently, Israel is conducting another wave of attacks on targets in Tehran. Also, BBC Breaking News is now reporting that an arson attack on ambulances in London, which we told you about, is being treated as an anti-Semitic hate crime. That was a number of ambulances in London belonging to a Jewish medical group have been set on fire. And I have posted some photos and videos of that on my X account. And also, we are also looking at there's going to be in northern Israel, there's going to be missile alerts. There's a launch detection, and northern Israel is going to get some missile alerts. And I don't know that I have a camera from northern Israel right now. I don't believe I do. I do not have a camera from northern Israel. So maybe check out, hold on a second. Maybe check out, where am I going here? Maybe check out Intel cams. Again, in Israel now, we have a launch detection and missile alerts are going to happen soon in northern Israel. And again, I do not have a camera there, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. So we're covering all of this news, and I'll let you know what happens. Yeah, I do not have a Haifa cam. No Haifa cam available. If you're just joining us, an Air Canada plane collided with a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. There are unconfirmed reports of at least 2 dead and dozens injured. You can go to the New York Post if you want online, NY Post, where they have photos posted of the plane. News on that just coming in. Apparently the plane had landed and was, here it is right here. Well, this is really nothing new because it's just Reuters saying what flight radar said. Air Canada Express plane hits ground vehicle at New York's LaGuardia Airport. It was a fire truck it hit, according to scanner traffic. Meanwhile, there's supposed to be a alert in northern Israel shortly, and I don't have a camera from there. Can I do this? There, that's better. Let me get Jerusalem back up, but I don't think it's going to do us much good. So I'll keep you updated on the missile alert as well. I don't know. I mean, certainly it seems possible that people in that fire truck might have been severely injured or killed. I hope not, but I mean, that's obviously a possibility. Also, from the pictures of that plane and videos, it looks like the front of that plane has sustained severe damage. I hope the pilots are okay, but I just don't know at this point. I don't have detailed information on this. And trying to cover both things. Okay, we have alerts here. There are alerts, as I mentioned. This is in northern Israel. You can try looking at Intel cams. Those are alerts in northern Israel. Missile alert. Right at the north there, near the border with Lebanon, you can see those missile alerts. I don't know if people saw anything on Intel cams about this. I have not seen anything on Intel cams, but I can't look at everything at once. Haifa and going across to the Sea of Galilee, basically. Did anyone see anything? Oh, I need to put up on the screen the other thing. Hold on. Put this up there too. All right. Then there's like one left at Haifa. That's the only alert left. I don't know if that means the missile's going there or if it just happens to stay on longer for the other ones than the other ones. I'm looking at a Haifa camera on Intel cams. I don't see anything, but okay, so all of the alerts are gone. I'll have to look up and see. If any missiles hit. That I'm just going to have to look that up. I don't have any information on that yet. Trying to get more information on the New York City accident with an Air Canada plane hitting a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. New photo posted by B&O News. Again, I don't have the rights to this photo, but I will post a link in the chat to the photo. And again, my X account is pinned to the chat. It should be. Is it not pinned there anymore? Oh, I thought I did pin it. Did I not? Did I unpin my X account from the chat? I'm sorry. It's supposed to be pinned there. Let me pin it again to the chat. Because That way you can go there, and I've been posting a bunch of photos and videos there. I apologize. It's supposed to be pinned, and somehow it became unpinned, it looked like. So let me just pin it again. Sorry about that on X. And you can go there and see a bunch more photos and videos. Pin message. I probably accidentally unpinned it. All right. Let's see what else we can find for you. Anything new from Citizen? Citizen app continues to say at least 2 people are dead. Citizen app says all passengers have been removed from the plane. They say all passengers have been removed from the plane and are currently on Port Authority buses to be evaluated. That's what Citizen app says. Again, see the New York Post if you want for some photos. I've posted a bunch of photos on my X account, photos and videos. I'm checking. People have been sending me messages about the plane. I don't have anything I can show on the stream yet, though. Regarding the missile alert that just happened, I am seeing it was a limited number of missiles. I see that. I don't know. I have not heard about any kind of injuries or anything yet from the missiles that we just heard about. Another launch? Or hold on a second. Is there another warning? I don't see another warning yet. It looks like the hot news that I follow suggests that either a missile, a rocket, or a missile or some debris came down somewhere in Israel. So I'll keep an eye on reporting about that. No alerts up there at the moment. In the New York Post article, it said sources said the plane was carrying a group of Orthodox Jews from the New York area. That does not say that the whole passenger group, or even most of the passenger group, or even much of the passenger group was Orthodox Jews. If you read what it says sources said the plane was carrying a group of Orthodox Jews from the New York area. That could be 3 people. So again, I'll let you know if I hear any more info about that, but just again, take care with the language they used from drawing conclusions to it. And they might have removed that from the... No, it's still there, just written as I just said it was. Yeah, no update on the Citizen app that I'm seeing at the moment. According to them, they claim that there are at least 2 people dead. It's terrible. So we're bringing you updates on that, and we're also bringing you, obviously, updates about the war. If you missed it, Flight Radar 24 said that the plane was traveling at 21 knots, that would be 24 miles per hour, when the accident happened. It was a plane coming from Montreal, Air Canada plane from Montreal to New York, and it somehow ran into a fire truck. I haven't had a chance to go over it multiple times. There is apparent air traffic control audio that I have reposted. It is on my X account. In Saudi Arabia, a warning has been issued to for the Al-Kharj governorate of Saudi Arabia. We saw one of these yesterday. It might be a missile warning or a drone warning. We saw one of these yesterday. It lasted about 15 minutes. So warning in Al-Kharj, Saudi Arabia. I will keep you updated on that. I am seeing right now no calls for MDA, no calls for MDA, which is the Emergency Medical Association in Israel, no calls for them after the latest missile attack. So no reported injuries in the latest missile attack. I am seeing a purported post of a missile that hit an open area, or a fragment that hit an open area, but no calls for injuries in that latest missile attack. Yeah, I think the best photo I've seen is that one that BNO News and others have posted, and I just posted a link to it in the chat, where you see, again, actually in that photo, what you can see is the front door is right at the front of the plane where the damage happens. You can see the front door. Then basically the cockpit you can't see. And looks like there's severe damage to the cockpit area. I believe the front door is actually hanging down. The door part is hanging down. I'll have to listen. I'll have to listen again to that audio because I haven't had a chance to listen to it again. I have posted the audio on the purported air traffic control audio on my X account at Lookner. It is linked to in the chat. Give me a moment. Maybe I can take a second and listen here. I need a second here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so as our viewers said, it appeared to me and to a number of viewers in that air traffic audio, if it is the correct audio, that the air traffic control was telling the truck to stop and then it didn't stop. Again, I can't verify that that's what happened. I will post a link. Again, the link is on my X account already, but I will repost a link. I think the new Area 51 posted it, and then AZ Intel reposted it, and you can listen to that clip, which I think it's from ATC.com is the clip. But I don't have the rights to play that. I thought I heard them telling the truck to stop, but as I said, I just listened to it really quick right now, so my interpretation might be incorrect. Now, Max thinks maybe the ATC cleared the truck and then realized their error and then tried to tell them to stop and couldn't get to them in time. Yeah, so I have no idea what led up to this. I'm not blaming anyone. Clearly something has gone very wrong. So again, I don't have a live video of it right now. I am bringing you any kind of updates I get on it. I will mention it. There's still not a lot of reporting on it right now. No reports of bodily injuries or property damage from the latest missile wave. That's according to N12 News. There was a what is that? Oh, so that's just a airplane taking off from Beirut Airport. It looks like there. Also, N12 News says that there was an apparent fall of shrapnel in the Safed area of Israel. Oh, and I am seeing, according to Al Jazeera, the Israeli army said there was a missile targeting northern Israel. It was intercepted and fragments fell in the Safed area without causing any damage. It's amazing. Even like the New York Daily News has nothing about it yet. It's crazy. NBC New York, nothing about it. NBC New York just started covering it. NBC New York, if you guys want to see it, they got a video from the Citizen app and they're showing it. Okay. So they are covering it on NBC New York. Let me actually really quick here see if I can pull up something. Just on their website, I saw them covering it. Yeah, again, NBC New York is doing, they have a video on their page, NBC New York page. There are 4 injuries. Oh, well, that's. The plane had 76 passengers and 4 crew members, says NBC New York. 76 passengers and 4 crew members on the plane. I don't know how many people were in the fire truck. And still no statement. No statement from the authorities that I've seen. I haven't seen any statement from the authorities about this. Nothing. I have not seen any official statements. I haven't seen any public officials post about the crash at LaGuardia. It's crazy. Saudi Arabia says the danger has passed from Al-Kharj Governorate. As soon as I have any more updates about this incident. By the way, Facebook is going to end in about 10 minutes. So when the Facebook stream ends after 8 hours. When the Facebook stream ends, I will restart the broadcast on Facebook. Sorry about that. So again, what we know is that this Air Canada plane hit a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. And there are reports of Citizen App claims there are 2 dead. I don't know if that's true. There are reports of injuries. Reportedly, there were 76 passengers and 4 crew on the plane. I have posted a number of videos and photos of the plane on my X account, which is linked to at the top of the chat. Flight Radar 24 says the plane was going about 24 miles an hour when it hit the fire truck. So that was after the plane landed in its flight. It was taxiing and hit this fire truck at the airport. When did this happen? The plane itself landed at about 11:37 p.m. So this must have happened about an hour or so, maybe an hour and 20 minutes ago, or hour 30, hour 40 minutes ago, because the plane landed at 11:37 p.m. So it must not have been too long after that. New York emergency notification just said, I mean, this is like a half hour ago, it said expect cancellations, road closures, traffic delays, and emergency personnel near LaGuardia Airport in Queens. They didn't say why. Oh, we have viewers wondering if there'll be actual footage of the incident, like when it happened. I wonder, I would think there'd be cameras of the runway, right? I would think they would have cameras on those runways, and I would think there's some video of it existing. I haven't seen any video of the actual incident itself. Oh, let me see something here. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. 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 Let's try something here. Let me see if I can grab something. I bet the answer is going to be no. Nope, I don't see anything there. Nope, I don't see anything there. Just happened. Yeah, NBC New York has a stream, but they're just using citizen video. Hang on a moment here. Autism Mommy sent me a post from Matthew Capucci, who's a weather specialist. He thinks it appeared one controller was simultaneously working ground and directing aircraft. He says this raises serious questions about staffing. I'm not going to jump to conclusions on that. I don't know who was doing what. I don't know how they normally do things there. This was late. This was probably around midnight when this happened. So I don't have enough background to start jumping to conclusions about staffing and whether it was different than it normally is there. It's certainly a reasonable question to ask. Now, I will say this, Flight Radar 24 said the last recorded ground speed was 21 knots. But is it possible that it crashed before the last recorded ground speed? At a faster? That I don't know. Maybe it was going faster. Yeah, there's so much we don't know right now about this incident. I don't know if I recall the last time there was a news story that was as significant as the plane crash at LaGuardia, where there was so little information about it being publicly posted. Now, the New York Post has updated their article to say that 4 firefighters are critically injured. They say that the accident happened just before 11:40 p.m., which is right after it landed, basically. The injured firefighters are from the Port Authority Police Department. That's what NBC is saying. New York Post. I don't know how the pilots are. I mean, clearly there has been some devastating damage to the front of that plane. If you're watching Facebook, did the Facebook stream end yet? I'm going to have to restart. Facebook stream is going to automatically end in like a minute because Facebook ends at 8 hours. So when the Facebook stream ends, I will restart the Facebook stream. Yes, the plane was flying from Montreal. Again, this was the plane according to Flight Radar 24, Montreal to New York. I mean, Citizen App had posted about an hour ago that 2 people were pronounced dead at the scene. I sadly will not be surprised if that ends up being the case. AP has a very small article on it right now, and it says, Air Canada flight collides with Port Authority vehicle at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The NYPD confirmed the collision but cannot immediately offer additional information. ABC7 News in New York says Guardia Airport is closed following a collision between the Port Authority airport vehicle and an Air Canada regional plane. I mean, at this point, in terms of the injuries and stuff, we're going to have to wait and see what the authorities say. I have not seen anything from the mayor yet. Swan Sim thinks that this did not happen on the runway. Trying to also keep up on updates about the war as well. Yes, MS Now, as one of our viewers said, also mentioned this incident. As I mentioned, my X feed is pinned in the chat. If you go to my X feed, I have posted numerous photos and videos of the plane. You can see them over there on my X feed. Flight Radar 24 says, we've now processed the granular data. We've now processed the granular data from the CRJ 900 plane at LaGuardia in New York. Ground speed data indicates a gradual deceleration until about taxiway E on runway 4. Which I don't initially see. Let's see. Okay. This is from flightradar24.com. An Air Canada Express operated by Jazz Aviation. CRJ 900 collided with an airport rescue and firefighting vehicle while landing at LaGuardia Airport, New York, late Sunday, 22 March. The flight landed from Montreal on runway 4 and was rolling down the runway when it struck the firefighting apparatus as it crossed the runway. Air traffic control audio captured by live ATC net indicates the ARFF truck was cleared to cross runway 4 at taxiway D. The tower controller can be heard telling Truck 1 to stop multiple times before dispatching additional firefighter units on the airfield to the scene. Granular data from the aircraft indicates a gradual deceleration on the runway until the aircraft reaches taxiway E. At that point, the aircraft's ground speed decreases quickly and the reported track changes. The airplane was new in 2005. And obviously something went very wrong there. Associated Press says, An Air Canada flight collided with a Port Authority vehicle at LaGuardia Airport. A spokesperson for the New York City Fire Department said firefighters responded to reports of a plane that crashed into a vehicle on the runway at 11:38 p.m. That's about 1 minute after landing. Someone replied to me on X and said, why no pictures of the fire truck? I don't know if that fire truck could just be super damaged. I mean, I don't know if you're seeing debris from the fire truck in the pictures of the plane. It's a reasonable question, but when I look at the pictures of the plane, it almost looks like the truck might be crunched up at the bottom. I don't know. I'll post a photo again in the chat. One of the viewers was suggesting that the wheels from the plane might have hit the fire truck. I don't know. You know, I don't know how fast the fire truck was going. Maybe it was going at a decent rate of speed and it just never saw the plane. But again, it looks like the whole front part of the whole cockpit, it looks like it's missing. No, I don't own the rights to the photos or videos, so I can't show them. Still a real lack of information about this. See, now, New York Post said 100 passengers were on the jet. NBC News said 76 passengers were on the jet. So that's two different things. Oh, there's a new, where is this one? Just saw a picture from the other side. Hang on. The New York Post has a picture from the other side of the plane where you can actually, can you see some of the cockpit there? I'm going to post this. You can see it in the New York. Oh, I'll restart Facebook now. Yeah. You can actually see, if you go to the New York Post, nypost.com, and you look at their article, they have a picture from the other side of the plane. Photo of other side of plane by New York Post. Hang on. On the other side of the plane, I can say on the other side of the plane, you do seem to be able to see the door, but the cockpit still seems to be missing. But the door is still on. So very little, again, from the networks. I've seen some reports, but not a lot of detail. Oh, and then, I didn't even see, one of our viewers mentioned that, is that? I can't tell. One of the viewers says in that new pic, it looks like there's a yellow vehicle on its side. But it looks like that yellow vehicle, is that on its side? Is it really or not? I mean, it looks like it's much closer than the plane is. I don't know. I don't know I don't know how the pilots are doing. What happened with, did Facebook not start again? I was trying to restart Facebook. I thought it had restarted. Let's try it again. All right, Facebook restarted. Again, for multiple photos or videos, go to my X account, which is pinned at the top of the chat, @Lookner on X. Thank you. I guess we're live now on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, KB Camino. I appreciate that. I cannot use footage I don't have the rights to. I mean, at this point, waiting for maybe some sort of, I don't know if there's going to be a press conference on this. I don't know if they're going to even, waiting for some sort of full official press release even about it. Flight Radar 24 says 18 flights have been diverted away from LaGuardia following tonight's collision between a fire truck and the Air Canada plane. NBC New York says sources told NBC New York the plane was traveling at about 30 miles an hour at the time it collided with the vehicle. When taxiing, planes typically travel around 5 miles an hour. There were, now maybe the plane hadn't fully slowed down yet. At least 4 people were injured, including 2 Port Authority police officers who were taken to area hospitals. Citizen App said there are 2 dead. 2 people were dead. That's not been confirmed. There were 4 crew members on the plane and 76 passengers. The Air Canada plane was nearing the end of its landing procedure, says NBC News. So it sounds like maybe the plane hadn't fully slowed down yet. That's what it sounds like. Oh, one of the viewers mentioned that the New York Times was saying a destroyed fire truck lay on its side nearby the Air Canada plane. A New York Times journalist at the airport saw emergency crews working near a white Air Canada plane with a sheared-off nose on the runway. A destroyed fire truck lay on its side nearby. Thanks for mentioning that in the chat. That is what the New York Times says. Yes, as some viewers are saying, in the photo from the New York Post article, you do seem to see, well, if I'm looking at the right one, looks like there's maybe a fire truck on its side. You can go to nypost.com to see several photos if you want. So B&O News posted a clip of the audio where it says Stop audio from air traffic control when plane collided with fire truck. Stop truck 1, stop. We were dealing with an emergency earlier and I messed up. You can see that on. I just reposted it on my X account. Again, I don't have the rights to the audio from they own that audio, atc.com. But I just posted a link. I just posted the link in the chat as well. But then the person after that said, "No, man, you did the best you could." Hold on a second here. Yeah, if you listen to the whole thing, I'd be careful from drawing conclusions with the messed up, because the messed up could be like something happened and I tried to stop them from going somewhere and I didn't get to them soon enough, because the person after the person says we were dealing with an emergency earlier and I messed up, somebody else says you did the best you could. Give me one moment here. Yeah, so after the person said I messed up, and then the next person said no, man, you did the best you could. So it sounded like to me maybe the person was saying I messed up and that I didn't tell him to stop soon enough or something. He wasn't necessarily saying this whole thing was my fault. So I just want people to be clear on that. And then hold on a moment here. New post from the Metropolitan Police. Well, it's not new, but here's what they said. This is in London. We are investigating an anti-Semitic arson attack on Jewish ambulances in Golders Green, London. We know this will cause significant concern in the local community and are stepping up patrols and engaging with faith leaders. Read more here. Investigation launched after arson attack on ambulances in Golders Green. 4 ambulances belonging to the Jewish Community Ambulance Service were set on fire in Golders Green. It is being treated as an anti-Semitic hate crime. Police got called about this at 1:45 a.m. There were 4 Hatzalah ambulances on fire. We are aware of reports of explosions. This is believed to be linked to gas canisters on board the ambulances. There are no arrests yet. I have posted video of the ambulance fires on my X account. Now, Golders Green is actually, I'm sorry, I thought it was London, but it is, it's like Greater London, I would say. It's near Hampstead Heath. It's North London. It's in North London. I don't know how you define London. There's probably different ways of defining it. Whitey UK says North London. Online says North London. The pilot and co-pilot are badly injured. A sergeant and an officer have broken limbs and are in stable condition at a hospital. No other major injuries have been reported. 4 people were injured. Okay, this is from NBC News. NBC News. Four injured in plane fire truck crash at LaGuardia. They say the pilot and co-pilot are badly injured. A sergeant and an officer have broken limbs and are in stable condition at a hospital. No other major injuries have been reported. That is from NBC News. The Port Authority vehicle, the fire truck, was manned by police officers. They don't have any fatalities in that article. Okay, so again, NBC News says, positive news in that we're not hearing about any fatalities yet. They say 4 people were injured when the Air Canada plane collided with a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. The fire truck was a Port Authority vehicle manned by police officers. The pilot and the co-pilot of the plane are badly injured. A sergeant and an officer have broken limbs and are in stable condition at a hospital. No other major injuries have been reported. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't fatalities. That doesn't mean there aren't major injuries, but that's what's been reported so far. I don't know why the police officers were on the fire truck. Maybe that's their normal duty. Maybe they work on the fire truck regularly there. So that would certainly, it would be good if there's nobody else, if there's no fatalities, that would be certainly good news. I have a photo I can show you. I have a photo I can show you now from AP. Hang on. I'm gonna put a photo on the screen right now for you. Here, I'll get it. Air Canada flight collides with Port Authority vehicle at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Here's the photo. Now that's like the other side. So there you can see how the front. See how you don't see a cockpit there. There's a wing. There's the back. But the cockpit is basically, it looks like it's missing, and it's all this debris hanging up off the front. And in another picture I saw of this side, you could actually see the front door. I don't know at this point if they had removed anything, had they cut anything off at the time this photo was taken. I don't know, but the big thing that's missing is the cockpit. This photo sort of makes it look like a lot of the fuselage is missing where the passengers sit. I don't know that that's the case. Other photos make it seem more like it's really the front part of the plane where the cockpit is. But what you can't see in that angle is just all the debris hanging off the front of the plane. Now, hey guys, what's this? What am I looking at here? Could that be part of the cockpit? Or that's the wing. No, that's the wing. I'm sorry. It's so weird. It's such a weird position. That's the whole wing. The debris is in here. Through here, as you can see the debris. That is the wing right there. Sorry, I got confused. That's the wing. There's the engine. Yeah, it's a bit of again, there's other angles that you can see on my X account of other photos, other angles, but that gives you the general idea. Matt says planes are not built to survive collisions. They're tin cans. They need to be as light as possible. I was wondering about that. I was wondering, just that exact question of, probably they're not built to withstand head-on collisions very well. All right, let me see what else I can dig up here, but you can see that photo there from Associated Press. Black Irish said there was someone claiming that the plane nose was initially on the ground and then passengers deplaned in the back and the aircraft tilted backwards. Would that happen? Is that possible? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. It's a fair question of how I can't say how the nose came to be up like that. Linda G said maybe if luggage shifted. Yeah, so again, I don't know. Barry says one video I saw had people saying the people got off and the plane tilted back. To repeat, NBC News reports that there are 4 injured, that the pilot and co-pilot are badly injured, and that a sergeant and an officer have broken limbs and are in stable condition at the hospital, and no other major injuries have been reported. They say the Port Authority vehicle was a fire truck that was manned by police officers. They say the plane was at the end of landing and going about 30 miles per hour when the collision occurred. It's a CRJ 900 Bombardier plane. By the way, I'm behind on thanking people. Thank you so much, Daniel Moore. That's very kind of you. Daniel Moore. Thanks, Van Dan, for all your support. Also, Thomas P0419. Thank you, Rune 1033. Rune, I have not heard about a synagogue attack. We have reported and updated several times. I just read the police report on the arson attack on Jewish ambulances, which is being investigated as an anti-Semitic attack. Thank you, Rune. Thank you also V2 Plus from South Africa, who says a plane could have tipped if they all rushed off and were at the back. Also, without the cockpit being attached, the center of gravity would shift back, says V2 Plus. Thank you also, Miss Curvy and Andy Taylor and Mark Etienne LaRouche. And I'll have to look into that report, Mark Etienne. I have not seen that report myself yet. Alex Bransawadsky also, and KB Camino, thank you. And again, Thomas P0419, Chloe Jacqueline, MB41329, Seize the Days, Toyota Tacoma, sorry for the delay, Emma Jane, and Catfish Mike. And Wall Street Jags fan. Also Stephen Nern and Schaff. Thanks everybody who was mentioning the story when it happened. I found out from people in the chat. Zamo mentioned it too. Thank you. Hang on a second here. Thanks also. Sorry, I owe a couple more thank yous from earlier. I didn't get a chance to thank people. Alpha Omega Gold, Killer Master 16,000, Brian Burchett, Jennifer J25, Jake Georgia Joff, or Jake GA Joff, and RSE. I'll see if I have any more photos available. I might have some more photos available. Give me a moment here. Thanks also to Bears and Surly Dev for modding. I got to thank I'll thank all of our mods in a second. Thanks Desi on Twitch, Brilliant Leader, Bone782. Let me just take a second and see if I have any other photos available. I do have another photo. Is that the same photo or a different photo? No, I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful. No, it's not. It's not any better than that one. I don't think. Can download it anyway. Let's see. Oh, I can't download that one. Okay. Oh, I have another photo. I have photos now. Give me a moment, guys. I'll show you a couple better photos now. I just got photos in from Reuters. So bear with me. Give me a second here. I'm going to show you a couple photos right now. Probably a lot of you have seen the photos, but I will have them for you momentarily. They just came in. They just came in. Air Canada Express jet hits ground vehicle closing New York's LaGuardia Airport. And Reuters has two photos here. Here you go. Look at this. Wow. There is your damage there. If I can maybe make this smaller and get it out of the way. That is the front of the plane. There's the, now I don't know, I mean, you can, this is getting kind of in the way here. Move this over here. So just so you can see it, that I believe would be the front door. And then the front door is hanging off. There's no cockpit. Now also there's this one. Look at this one. Wow. Hold on. Let me move that over a bit so you can see it better. There you go. Again, I believe that is the front door there and the front door hanging off, and that's where the cockpit would be. This was right out as it was right after it landed, basically, soon after it landed. I don't know if the truck is in that, all that, if parts of the truck are in that debris there. I just don't know. Here's a close-up of the debris. I mean, hard for me to tell. Is that a wheel right there? Is that the truck right there? I can't tell. Is that a wheel? Is this the bottom of the truck? Plane wheel? Plane wheel, somebody says? It's the plane's wheel? Landing gear? Am I crazy in thinking that it's fortunate that there wasn't some big fire? Unbelievable. Again, the two pilots were seriously injured, and two others were seriously injured. NBC News says the pilot and the co-pilot are badly injured. A sergeant and an officer have broken limbs and are in stable condition. There are no other major injuries reported. Limey Show says there's not much to burn up front. It's away from fuel sources. I'm not gonna. I don't have the rights to it. I have posted some audio of the some air traffic control audio, a clip on my X account, which is linked to in the chat. Let me just check a couple things here. That's the AP photo we saw before from the other side. Where's the third photo? There, that's the one with the close-up of the damage. We'll have to see what, I'm sure there'll be an investigation on this. Maybe there'll be a press conference during the day about it or something, but I'm sure there'll have to be an investigation on how this happened. Then they'll probably release the transcript of the audio. I'm looking up the FAA right now for LaGuardia Air. So currently, as one of our viewers just mentioned, thank you. Currently, the FAA says LaGuardia is closed until 2 p.m. today. That's what they're saying. Now, maybe that changes. But right now on the FAA site, it says LaGuardia is closed until 2 p.m. Eastern Time today. On the 23rd, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That's from the FAA website. Probably show this to you. Here, look. See, it says LaGuardia Airport closure. LaGuardia is closed. 2 p.m. the 23rd. There is another photo that I don't have the rights to that appeared to show a truck on its side. So the fire truck might be just, I don't know how much this plane moved after it hit the fire truck. Also, the fire truck could have hit it and, skidded away 50 yards or something. Unbelievable. It was a fire truck. Port Authority fire truck. Raverich said someone on the plane posted pictures on Reddit. They said what was left of the truck was in the grass. Jeffrey Speck says the front landing gear is right below the cockpit. Stands to reason it is all missing. What did I do now? Now I messed up. Oh, here. There. And then the Port Authority has released a statement. The Port Authority statement says at approximately 11:40 p.m. on Sunday, a Jazz Aviation flight operating on behalf of Air Canada was involved in an incident on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport in which the aircraft struck a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle that was responding to a separate incident. Emergency response protocols were immediately activated. The Port Authority Police Department is on the scene, along with the agency's chairman and executive director. The airport's currently closed to facilitate the response and allow for a thorough investigation. Again, that's from the Port Authority via Stephen Bognar of NBC News 4. They say that the fire truck was responding to a separate incident. And then AZ Intel posted a photo of the cockpit area, which I'm going to post a link of in the chat. I just posted a link in the chat to a different photo, which I don't have the rights to, showing the front of the plane. Wow. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned that if you go to the New York Post story, they have a photo that appears to show a fire truck on its side in one of the photos. I think it's the third one down. No, the third and the fifth one. Yeah, photos captured the truck completely mangled and toppled onto its side, said the New York Post. In the photos I've seen, it's kind of hard to see the mangled part. So far, no fatalities reported, which is great. Is it an accident or terrorism? I've heard no reporting suggesting it's anything other than an accident. By the way, the gold price we were talking about earlier, the gold price is, gold is below 4,300 now. Gold is now down over 6% today. It is below 4,300 based on the price that I just saw. Thank you, DNA Content, who says, looks like Trump skipped his own deadline and striked Tehran's energy. I haven't heard that. We've had a bunch of people in our chat tonight. And again, I don't know where they're getting these reports. We've had a lot of chatters claim there are blackouts in Iran. And as I said, I follow lots of Middle Eastern news sources, Iranian and other Middle Eastern news stories. And I have not seen a single report tonight of a blackout in Iran. Not one, not a single one. So I don't know now I don't know if that's what DNA Content is referring to. DNA Content might be referring to something else. But again, we've had a lot of people say that tonight, and I don't know where that information is coming from. But all I can tell you is I have not seen one single report of it. Thank you so much, DNA Content. I appreciate it. Now, I'll also say, given all of the airstrikes going on, what have there been now? Over 16,000, I believe, airstrikes in Iran by Israel and Okay, so one of our viewers said the New York Times. Okay, the New York Times said, all right, so this is the first report I've seen on this from the New York Times. This is from the New York Times. So thanks, somebody in the chat said the New York Times is reporting. This is the first report I've seen. I'll read you what they said. This is from 2 hours ago. The New York Times said 2 hours ago, power is out in large parts of Tehran after heavy airstrikes struck multiple areas of the capital. Now, that doesn't mean that what I was in the process of saying was, given the, what is it, again, maybe close to 20,000 strikes by U.S. and Israel in Iran, I would not be surprised if power ended up going out in certain places. That doesn't mean that they've targeted a power plant or energy infrastructure. Maybe they did. I don't know that they did, but I'm not going to draw conclusions from that. But I mean, you can have power go out even if someone's not intentionally targeting, say, a power plant. Thank you for mentioning, though. That's the first report I've seen. I had not seen any other reports. That's literally the first one I've seen. That was from the New York Times a couple hours ago. Israel, I don't know about the US, but Israel a couple of times said that it was attacking targets in Tehran tonight, doing wide strikes in Tehran. But thank you for mentioning that in the chat. I hadn't seen it. All right, I think at this point, look, we're obviously going to be on later today because the deadline is just 17 hours away. I kind of think like it might be a good time for me to take a break. We've been on for about 9 hours. So and we're obviously going to come on the air and be on for when the deadline happens. We'll come on before the deadline. But I mean, I'll keep an eye on what's going on. If there's huge developments, we can just do another stream. So I'll keep an eye on what's going on. But I think the best thing to do might be to try to get some sleep now or soon, and then come back on the air. Amakai Stein of Jerusalem Post says, ahead of Trump ultimatum, Israel's security cabinet expected to meet tonight. Well, look, I mean, regarding the plane incident, it's terrible. I hope there's no more. I hope nobody died. I hope there's no. I hope the people who are seriously injured pull through and recover quickly. Again, both pilots seriously injured, and what was it? It was the report said 2 of the police officers were seriously injured. So. Sorry here. Yeah, AP has a shot in the distance of the plane, but it's in the distance of the plane, but I'm going to wrap up this stream right now. Actually, what's this? I might actually, hold on, before I do, I actually have a shot of the plane right now. I have another video of the plane. I have a closer one. I can show you a video of the plane right now. I just saw it here. Hang on. I'm going to show you a video of the plane. We're not going to, for those who didn't turn off yet, I'm going to put a video of the plane on the channel, on the stream right now, because I have one from AFP. So I'm actually not going to I'm not going to stop just yet, because I'm going to put this video up right now. I did not realize I had the video, but I do. So if you're still here, get ready. I'm going to put it on the air for you right now. We'll stay a little while longer while we have this video. Here. There it is. So there's some video, again, live video.
Plus you're going to cancer. I'm not worried about that. I am worried about the fucking gas being like 138.
I'm like, how high can we go?
Oh, gas? That's gonna go worse.
Yeah, no. It's not time to go on California.
No.
On a regular day. Yeah.
Oh, the fire truck. Hold on. I have pictures of the fire truck here. I don't have. I'm gonna post a link with pictures to the fire truck. I'll post a link right now. Just saw them.
Yeah, I saw it like looking at the car. I was like, nah, whatever.
Again, 4 seriously injured reported, including the 2 pilots and 2 police officers. It was a plane that hit a fire truck operated by the Port Authority. The plane had just landed. It was going reportedly around 30 miles an hour when it hit the fire truck. No fatalities reported at this point. This happened about 11:40 p.m. Eastern Time, about 3 hours ago. Citizen app had reported 2 dead, but that was a while ago, and the latest reports say 4 injured. I don't know. I mean, I can't verify the speed. I can tell you that the NBC News article said, that, hold on, can't tell you yet. I have to wait a second to tell you. It said it was at the end of landing. Sources said the plane was at the end of landing and going about 30 miles an hour when the collision occurred. Thank you to Michael Langyel, by the way. I haven't thanked the mods forever. I got to thank the moderators. Give me a moment here. I'm having a bit of an issue. And that's working. Can I get rid of this?
see Angela.
Really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here. Thank you. Ruth is there moderating. Thank you, Ruth. And over on Twitch, Surly Dev is there right now. All of our other Twitch moderators, thank you so much. Thanks a million for subscribing too, and Desi for subscribing.
Thank you for that.
Over on Facebook, thanks so much. Sharon, Class, and Goslin. Now, Sharon's one of our subscribers. Thanks, Sharon, for subscribing. My brain isn't really working that efficiently right now. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder, who's training for us over there. Thank you, Andrea Holder. Brian Davio, thanks for being a subscriber. And Sharon, Class, and Goslin. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over there on X. I guess I should make this New York time. Flight Radar 20, somebody said there was a live ATC post. Live ATC? I haven't seen it yet. Flight Radar 24 had said on their blog, they said the tower controller can be heard on the audio telling Truck 1 to stop multiple times before dispatching additional firefighter units to the scene. Granular data indicates gradual deceleration on the runway until the aircraft reaches taxiway E. At that point, the aircraft's ground speed decreases quickly and the reported track changes. I don't know how fast it was going when it hit. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve said the Air Canada plane was slowing down going 24 miles per hour when the crash happened. Again, I can't confirm that. That's what CBS News is saying. Oh, here's some background. I have some background here. CBS News reports that pilots of a United Airlines plane aborted its takeoff when an anti-ice warning came on. They reported an odor in the cabin and requested firefighters come to assist. The pilots said flight attendants were feeling ill and declared an emergency when no gates were immediately available. So that appears to be the other incident that was going on. Also, CBS News says there's a high likelihood that the well, actually, I'm not gonna. That's a little confusing, but again, that appears to be the other incident. Oop, the camera's panning around here. So again, I'm seeing different things about the speed. I'm not sure. Oh, that's the truck right there? Is that the truck right there? We just saw it on the side right there. Let me rewind that for a second. Hold on. I'm rewinding this. Is that the truck right there? Right there? That's it? On its side there? It says, well, that's sideways. Yeah, that's a truck. That's a right side up. And then I guess that's it here. Right? Well, there's a screen grab of the truck. It's kind of hard to see all the damage, but you see it says 35 right there. Right, as our viewer said, before left, after right. Yeah, obviously this is, something had to go really wrong here. Oh, AZ Intel said that that NBC News is reporting the pilot and co-pilot were killed. Yes. Hey guys, I just saw this right now. Stephen Bognar, sad news. Stephen Bognar of NBC News New York said 2 sources briefed on the investigation say that the pilot and co-pilot were killed. That was something that that Citizen app had reported. I believe they had said Citizen app had said 2 were dead. So, then we didn't hear of any fatalities. So that's really terrible. But again, NBC News, thanks to BNO News and AZ Intel for posting about this. NBC News, Stephen Bognar says 2 dead. 2 sources briefed on the investigation tell us that the pilot and the co-pilot of the Air Canada plane are dead. Terrible news. Condolences to their families. So apparently the fire truck was in some stage of responding to another incident at the airport. I don't know if it was going there, if it was coming back, but apparently the fire truck was responding and somehow it ended up in the path of this plane when the plane was landing. How awful. Leonard says that should shock no one. Look at the plane. Yeah, obviously the cockpit is basically gone or just totally demolished. Really terrible. Yeah, the plane had reportedly 76 passengers. We have not heard of other passengers seriously injured. We heard of 2 serious injuries of people of police who apparently were on the truck. I can't verify that, but I assume they were. This live stream is from AFP. And to the left is where, back here, that right there is the truck. That back there is the fire truck on its side. Those are the type of fire truck we're talking about. That is the one on its side. It says 35, I believe. That is the truck that collided with it right there. AZ Intel posted a statement from Jazz Aviation that said there were 72 passengers and 4 crew. I'm gonna post again another. There's a photo floating around. I don't have the rights to literally showing it from the front. I just posted a link to that in the chat. Terrible. Autism Mommy mentioned that NTSB posted that they will be sending a team to investigate this. The NTSB. Yeah, as one of our viewers just mentioned, you can listen to. I have reposted on my X account a clip of the audio, and it certainly sounds like in the audio that the truck was told to cross, and then a few seconds later they told the truck to stop. I don't know what happened here, assuming that's legit audio. I have no reason to think it isn't. I can't tell you what went wrong here. But as the viewer said, it did sound like they initially told the truck to go, and then they said to stop a few seconds later, and they couldn't get it to stop. Leslie says he gave clearance initially. NYPD says, due to an emergency incident at LaGuardia, all streets and highway exits into the airport are closed until further notice. Expect delays and avoid the area if possible. All streets and highway exits into the airport are closed. Chair Jennifer Homendy of the NTSB will serve as the on-scene spokesperson. The investigative team from NTSB is expected to arrive today. Terrible accident here. Oh, I actually have a photo showing everything from AP. See if I can show you this. Showing you both this plane and the truck in the same photo. That would be helpful. Let me pull this up for you. Here. Okay, so this is an Associated Press photo from their article about the plane. This is Associated Press. Now, you can see there's the plane, and then there is the truck. Plane and the truck. So, there's the plane. Now, let's look at the truck. There is the fire truck. That is the fire truck right there. That is, you can see what a regular fire, well, you can't really see it in this photo, but a regular fire truck looks like, no, sorry, you can't. Let me do it this way. See, on the left, that's what it should look like. And then that's what it looks like here. So that's the front of the truck? Am I right? It's hard to even figure out what I'm looking at. I think this is the front. Yeah, it's on its side, as one of the viewers said. The reports we've heard so far is that there were 2 police officers seriously injured, who I assume were in the truck. But again, the trucks normally look like this. So you can see this looks like this part here. That would be the, I guess, maybe? Maybe this would be the front of, that would be the where the people sit in here. And then this is the top. Maybe? I don't know. And then you can see it's actually not, you know, that, well, I don't want to say it's not that far behind the plane. You know, it's not. There you can see it. It's a shot showing both in the same shot. It looks like it was folded at the cab part, one of our viewers said. And then there's the current plane right there. Kate wonders if this is going to be politicized because of the TSA worker thing at the airports. I don't know. I don't know if, I mean, first of all, I don't know if that had anything to do with this, but second of all, I don't know that anyone involved in this is part of the issue where TSA, I mean, there's TSA agents who are not getting paid, but I don't know if that's people who would be directly involved in this. I don't know. As to whether it'll be politicized, I don't know. Obviously, something went very wrong. But Chamonix says TSA is not air control. But again, I don't want to blame whoever, but something went very wrong. I mean, you would think something has to go very, very wrong, because you would think that there's just all kinds of procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen. Didn't we cover a couple of years ago, was it Japan? Was it Japan we covered, or Korea, where there was a... wasn't there a crash where a truck was on the tarmac and the plane hit it? Was that maybe Japan a couple of years ago? Japan, our viewer said. Yeah, that plane was... I can't. Are you sure it was Japan? I can't find it here. Let's see. Oh, no, that wasn't a truck. That was a plane in a plane, wasn't it? Am I right? Maybe? Yeah, on January 2024, January 2nd, says Wikipedia, there was a plane, a jet plane, passenger plane, collided with a Japan Coast Guard plane. On the runway at Haneda Airport, both caught fire. Everybody evacuated on the passenger plane, and 5 of the 6 crew on the Coast Guard aircraft were killed. That was the Haneda Airport runway collision. And investigations determined that the Japan Airlines flight in that accident was given landing clearance, while the Coast Guard aircraft did not have permission to be on the runway. That was 2 years ago in January in Japan. Yeah, our viewers, Chanian says the smaller plane was supplying the area that was affected by a huge earthquake. That was the Japan one a couple of years ago. Did Flight Radar post something else? I don't see Flight Radar having posted something conclusive about the speed at the actual collision time. I looked at their blog entry and didn't see it. I'm looking at their X account and don't see it. I don't know enough to go through the data myself. Are air traffic control being paid? I haven't heard anything about air traffic control not being paid. Let me see. It's interesting because if they're not, I haven't heard about it, but doesn't mean they are. I don't recall hearing anything about it the last few weeks. Been hearing a lot about TSA agents. But I'm seeing some stuff online suggesting they might not be. I don't know. TSA are not being paid because the money hasn't been approved by Congress. Because there's questions about other things in the bill in which the bill to pay them that Congress hasn't agreed on. It's a good question about air traffic controllers. I'm looking online. I don't have a great answer for you. But I haven't really seen reporting on that the last few weeks. I see stuff about TSA workers. Right, as one of our viewers said, I believe Democrats have offered a clean bill for TSA funding, but anyways, without getting into all of that, there's just debates about what else should be passed along with it or not. Yes, I believe that the TSA and DHS funding were originally in the same bill, one large bill, because the TSA is part of the Department of Homeland Security. And then the bill did not get passed. Because Democrats wanted reforms with ICE and Border Patrol, I believe. And then later, one thing that Democrats have done is have proposed a standalone bill for the TSA funding. Oh, I'm sorry. I just read that air traffic controllers are getting paid because they're in the Department of Transportation. And that the funding for the Department of Transportation has already been passed. So they're not getting paid right now. They're getting paid. All right, so guys, look, it's 3:30 here. I think I'm going to start wrapping this stream up. I was going to wrap it up about an hour ago, but then we got this video, and I wanted to make sure we could watch the video. But it's going to be a busy day today because the deadline is later, and I want to get some rest so I can come on and cover that. So I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream. And we'll have more coverage later today. I really appreciate people being here for the stream. Again, condolences to the family of the pilot and the co-pilot who were reportedly killed in this terrible accident, and thoughts with the at least 2 people who were injured, and I hope they can recover as quickly as possible. But I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. We'll have more coverage later today, obviously, about the war. And again, I appreciate people being here. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. I would suggest turning our notifications on because, you know, I never know when some big news is going to happen and we're going to jump on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our free notifications so you get sent a notification whenever we go live. They're really reliable. It's free. The mods will post the link in the chat to those notifications. You can also find the sign up for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to just, because I want to stay on camera, but just so you can see it, I'll slide the video over maybe a little bit. How to do this? Maybe like that. Get rid of this and this. Yeah, just so you can see it there better. But sign up for those notifications. Also, my X account is @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news when I'm not on the air. I'll post a link to that in the chat, but I will post there when I see stuff. And again, of course, we're going to come on later today to cover the war stuff, cover the deadline, the Trump deadline. So we'll be here for that. I appreciate everybody sending. A lot of people have been helping with updates, sending updates to me. Thank you for that, and posting stuff in the chat. Thanks for your help in covering everything and for letting me read your comments on the air. And a huge thanks to our moderators. Ruth is still here moderating. We have some moderators still here who've been all night here, not all night or a long time, so special shout out to them. Oh, there's a pre-alert. Well, while I'm finishing up here, I'll keep an eye on the situation in Israel. I gotta get some sleep though. I just have to because we're gonna be on later today, so I just have to. But I'll keep an eye on this while I'm wrapping things up. And I need to figure out what I'm looking at here. I'm not seeing a pre-alert. I'm just seeing a rocket. I'm just seeing a rocket alert in the north. I don't see a pre-alert. I just see a rocket alert in northern Israel. That's all I see right now. It's not even there anymore. So that's what I'm seeing. Thank you so much. Ruth is over there moderating still. Thank you so much, Ruth, and all of our YouTube moderators who were there earlier. Surly Dev and Idaho Star over there late night on Twitch. Thank you so much for being over there, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. They're over there right now. Andrea Holder is training over there. Thank you. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thanks, Brian Davio, for the stars. Thanks, Brian. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. All the people who have supported the channel. Just want to say thanks. Do I owe anybody thank yous? I might here. Hold on a second here. Seize the Days. Thank you so much, Debbie James, Michael Lengel. Thank you, and also hold on a second here. What's happening here? Emelian and Desi on Twitch. Thank you. They're showing a close-up of the plane, I think. Or something's happening over there. Moving the camera. Let's see here. I would also recommend following us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live at Agenda Free TV on X. That's another good way to find out when we're live. I do want to thank our YouTube members, such as AAAR, Chantilly Cakes Turned Off, Braden Kemp, Harper Ann, Haroon AQ, Bernard Tapey, Ken Lance, Cherry Cola, Kathleen Dorigo, Harper Ann, Taste Vim, Glore, Big Judd, This Is How We Do It, Don Video Guy, Berry69Z, Crypto King, all of our members, thank you. Lolly Lollipop, and all of our other members, thank you so much. Our Twitch subscribers, Wall Street and Shaggy, and Los Gatos de Wilson, Tuna, Bretsky, and also Trutwan, Holistic, Stream the Memes. Thank you for subscribing. My Florida, Sean, hold on now. My Florida, thanks Sean F for chatting. All of our other Twitch subscribers. Thanks all of our Facebook subscribers too, like Gloria Marie, Rachel Louise Gibson, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. Brian Davio. All right, again, if you missed, I posted a lot of stuff about this and about the war tonight and about this plane incident on my X account, which is at Lookner. It's pinned at the top of the chat. If you go there and you scroll down, you can get caught up with different videos and audio and all that stuff. Oh, they're going to show the truck one more time. Ooh, hold on. I don't want to show that because I want to make sure that's not. I wonder. Is that? I want to make sure they're not taking a body away. I'm seeing people in white, and I want to make sure they're not lifting a body. It looks like they're not. Looks like they're putting evidence in bags. I don't think they are. I just looked at this again, and it looks to me like they have bags there to put evidence in. See, there's a brown bag. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing. I'm seeing a brown vertical bag, and they're putting things in there. Although who knows what it is there? But again, I don't see an obvious body there. Certainly looks like evidence response. I mean, there could be, there could be certainly remains there, but it's not clear to me what's there. It's not obvious to me. So. Four Dub says they don't have full suits on, doubt it's bio. But that is the truck that was hit. That was the fire truck that was hit right there. Frosty said there. Oh, Cherry Cola said there were sheets there before. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The pilot and the co-pilot who reportedly died, I don't know where they were. All right, hold on a second, because I see somebody with a sheet. There is a sheet. So I turned it off because I can tell you right now there is a sheet out there. And they are putting a sheet on something. They definitely just put a sheet over something. And I am intentionally not showing that. But I can tell you they did bring out a sheet. And they have a stretcher. So I can't show it to you. But I'm going to tell you, I'm looking at it right now. I couldn't see a body myself. I just saw them bring out a sheet and they have a stretcher and it looks like, wow, that might have been a body there. I mean, you couldn't really see it, but now that I'm looking, they have just put a sheet down and they have like a metal stretcher and there's a lot of police there. So again, I'm not allowed to show this. I can't show it. It would also violate all the terms of service of the platforms, so I can't show it. They haven't lifted anything up yet. They basically put a sheet down, and you can't really see anything. You see them surrounding the area with the sheet. I mean, it could be. I don't know if, and the camera actually just panned away. So before they even lifted up anything, the camera panned away. Now the camera's in the wide shot. So on the left is where they're surrounding a sheet, but I'm not going to show a close-up of it on the left there. So, and I also don't know, did they find somebody over there that they hadn't found before? Because I mean, this is a good 3. It's almost 4 hours after the accident now. So I don't know if they found something or they just left something there and didn't. We're just leaving it there before picking it up, but they clearly had a sheet they brought out and they clearly had a stretcher of some sort. Now you can't see it. I mean, I don't want to be morbid, but the pilot and the co-pilot they might have never, once they might have just been at the scene of the crash, not with the plane all the way down here. This is AFP video. But again, they didn't actually show anything being lifted up. They panned away from it, so. We don't know how this happened. All right, I got to wrap up the stream. I already said all the goodbyes. This was a plane that ran into a fire truck that was responding to a different incident at LaGuardia Airport, and the pilot and the co-pilot died, reportedly, according to NBC New York. 2 police officers who I believe were on the truck were seriously injured. I haven't heard of any other injuries at this point. All right, so I'm going to wrap up this stream. Again, we'll have more coverage later today, and we will definitely be covering the deadline for the President Trump deadline for Iran. So I appreciate people being here, and oh, hold on, let me just tell you something. Okay, the camera panned over to where the people were near the sheet, and it just went dark. So I wonder if they're just killing the feed then. Yeah, they actually just stopped that feed. The feed just ended. It just ended. But it ended before they showed somebody getting picked up. So they just stopped their feed. Okay. All right. Thank you again. Condolences to the families of the pilot and the co-pilot. It's just terrible. Let's hope they can figure out why that happened and prevent it from happening again. All right, Infinity HD, thank you. Thanks for everybody for being here. CAC 813, Bunker Buster, Gary Baines, Lee Newcomb, and everybody else. Spooks, Tula, Shark Territory, Midi John, Stormy Don Valdez, Fawn Turton, thank you for subscribing, Moro Gonzaga, and everybody else for watching. All right, wrapping this up, going to get some rest. More coverage later today. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free. Hold on a second here. Oh, did I thank everybody? I just want to make sure I thanked everybody. I think I did. Did I get everybody? Yes. All right. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live coverage later today on Agenda Free TV.